Whoa! Hey, I'm here. It's 11:40 p.m. on Monday, October 16th. How we all doing tonight? I'm here. I'm here a little earlier. Not too much, but a little bit. I think I should have just enough time to finish this tonight. Hey Finnegan. Hey. Yeah, I'm gonna just finish this. There's nothing to say really. Like this has just been kind of a weird couple days, but yeah, we're gonna roll right into this and finish the end of Justice for All tonight. I don't have anything to really say about it. How can I be missing Ace Attorney? I mean, you've missed the whole first and second game at this point. But thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. Anyway, it's past 9 p.m. already in real life and in the game. So we did not get On Guard found innocent. We are being told that Juan Corrida was assassinated. And we are being told that Matt On Guard likely hired him. However, we cannot be certain of that, and Phoenix is kind of, definitely not accepting of that right now because he does not want to believe he's defending a guilty person. So we're trying to figure that out, trying to figure this whole mess out. We found a radio transmitter camera in the eyeball of the bear, and Edgeworth's going to look for the receipt for the bear, apparently, somewhere, because it's apparently easy to track. And there you go. That's all you need to know. Anyway, it's past 9 p.m. and Pearl's still awake, so she's very cranky. I wonder if Mr. Edgeworth has already found Mystic Maya. These things take time. I'd say probably not. The police are professionals, Pearls. They'll find her, so don't you worry. And if we can win a not guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be okay. You're right. So the real person who killed Mr. Corrida was that assassin, Mr. Shelley Day Killer, right? And the card Miss Andrews found at the crime scene seems to be proof of that. But if that's the case, then a new question comes to mind. Who was the one that hired the killer to begin with? Who was his client? You mean, who asks for the murder? That person didn't want to dirty their own hands in blood. But whoever this client is, there's still a killer. Who could have hired the assassin? Do you think it was Miss Andrews? I wonder. But if she was the client, then why go to the effort to stab the knife into the corpse herself? But if Miss Andrews isn't the client, then... No, it can't be. Matt On Guard himself? Was it Matt? Does he know? If Mr. On Guard really did hire the assassin, then he's not innocent at all. Far from it, he'd be guilty of the crime. But it can't be Mr. On Guard, right? I mean, when we first talked with him... He didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Corrida. I didn't see any psyche locks at that time. Actually, that reminds me. Did you remember something, Mr. Nick? Yeah, something Miss Andrews said at the trial today. She said something interesting. So what is this interesting thing? Oh, that's right. You didn't hear it, did you, Pearls? Oh, Mia was with us the entire time. Hey, V2, I'm glad you had another great day at work. That's awesome. Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year, and if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought, anyway. Looked like somehow Juan had his hands on a secret so powerful that would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. Mr. On Guard's secret? What is the secret? I don't know yet. But for now, let's think about it this way. Mr. Corrida was going to reveal this secret. That means... Mr. On Guard had plenty of motive to have Mr. Corrida silenced. Which means we have to meet with Mr. On Guard now. There's no way around it. I mean, I doubt there's anything else to check here. There are lots of bears. Alarm clocks, yeah. Even a few in the trash can. Poor teddies. Yeah, no! Go away. Yeah, I think we've searched this room pretty thoroughly at this point. Wow, it's really getting late, isn't it, Mr. Nick? Yeah, it's already past 9 p.m. already. Already. Also, Pearls just said that. a room ago. We still have some things to prepare for the trial tomorrow. There's still the matter of the secret Mr. Kurita held about Mr. Engard, and Miss Andrews' real intentions. These are 2 things I must know tonight. But aren't visiting hours at the detention center over? I'm sure we'll think of something, Pearls. Don't you worry. So, can I go to the... No, I can't go to... I still can't go to Engard's room. Oh, God. Hey, wait! What is it, whippersnapper? All I know is that nothing that has... all I know is nothing that has anything to do with you is ever good. Like just now, I was handed this strange device for who knows what reason. And I was told to use it to search the whole hotel. That's the bug sweeper, isn't it? The one Gumshoe made. I don't know, and frankly, I don't care, but the request came from Edgipoo, so... Edgeworth. And he said... If you feel angry, direct your anger at that unsophisticated lawyer. So I'm going to feel free to direct all my anger towards you. Ugh, gee, thanks a bundle, Edgeworth. What a pal you are. This is absolutely top secret, so you'd better keep it to yourselves. I heard they found a spy camera hidden in one of the presents. Very interesting. I'm sure it was, you know. It was to catch poor Juan in the middle of a scandalous meeting. Scandalous? What's that? It means, well, you know, that gossip that's going around about my dear Juan. Oh, you mean that thing about Miss Andrews? I'm sure she must have had some reason for getting close to Mr. Kurita. I'll let you in on another secret, young'un. I know who planted that spy camera. It was that obnoxious puffy-haired photographer girl. The nerve of some people. Spying on people by herself, as if I wouldn't want to see it for myself, too. Wow, the alien actually admitted her true intentions for a change. I don't know what you're thinking exactly, but I can bet that it's nothing good. I didn't say anything. Juan and Adrian. So you want to know about Juan and that manager, right? Actually, as I hear it, they were something of a refreshing pair, those two. Oh? I tell you, Juan really welcomed that manager with open arms, I heard. That manager? Who are you talking about? You don't know? That manager woman Juan had. It's a shame she killed herself, though. Oh, you're talking about Miss Celeste Impax. Miss Andrews' mentor, right? Yes, that's the one. That Celeste girl. She was supposed to get married, you know. Married? You mean to Mr. Kurita? Really? You young kids today don't know anything, do you? That girl Celeste killed herself 3 days after their marriage announcement. 3 days after their marriage announcement? What in the... Why would Miss Impax want to kill herself? She was going to get married. Well, that's because she was thrown away, you see, by Juan. What? But they were going to get married, right? They promised each other, right? They held a grand announcement session, but 3 days later, Juan suddenly canceled their marriage. Is this true? It was in the weekly magazines. But why? Why did she do that? That was not in the magazines, unfortunately. I see. The night after Juan called off the wedding, that manager, Celeste, killed herself. How terrible. I wonder what happened between those two. I don't have anything to say with the delinquent... oh god, no. It's about the measurements again. So, okay, she's still not responding to any of this. So, as I said, tomorrow I'm probably not streaming. Wednesday I might do a model stream, we'll see. I actually don't know. I'm thinking maybe I'll do that tomorrow and take off Wednesday instead, but at the same time, I don't know. I know that Wednesday I'm getting new RAM sticks for my computer, so that probably won't take too long. That'll probably take like 20 minutes to open the computer, clean it out, and get the new sticks in. So that shouldn't be too bad. The only issue is I'm like worried I'll turn the computer back on and shit won't work, and that'll be upsetting. But you know, RAM sticks are kind of like the easiest thing to replace in a computer, so should not be too concerned with it. Also, I brought extra can of drink with me today because I know this is gonna get very vocal intensive. So I'm gonna crack open now. On that night, there must have been at least a few hundred people here. Guess the police are done with their questioning and investigating. Looks like things here in the lobby have finally calmed down. Looks like no one's around. What happened to the person with the stuffed teddy face? Oh, she must mean that butler with the stitches on his face. Shoo! Oh, there you are. I guess you're still awake, huh, Shoo? Come on, let's play. Wonder if that butler, Mr. Doe, is already asleep or not. Shoo is so cute. Yeah, it is. Comfortable. Okay, nothing new. Alright, nothing going on here. It feels sort of tense here, doesn't it, Mr. Nick? Yeah, it does. I wonder if something happened. You're Mr. On Guard's lawyer, right? Yes, sir. I get this guy like a different voice every time. Well, we finally just found the person we've been looking for. A real decisive witness. A decisive witness? You mean for the On Guard case? We're taking the witness's statement right now. Gotta hand it to Mr. Edgeworth. What's Edgeworth up to? What's Edgeworth up to now? Who is this witness? I think you know this person quite well, Mr. Lawyer. Mr. Nick? Between the kidnapper's demand and now this, I can't see any way to win here. Oh yeah, Mr. Edgeworth wanted me to tell you something. He did? Even though visiting hours are long over at the detention center, he wanted to grant you special permission, so there you go. What? I've already called them, so they know. Go on, go talk to your heart's content. Thank you very much. This is such good news, Mr. Nick. Go talk to your heart's content. Sounds like the police are pretty sure they have tomorrow's trial in the bag. What? The real killer in the Karita murder case is an assassin? Must be someone's idea of a joke. Can't believe this garbage. A little more faith in your own subordinates. Seems as though my true face has been revealed. I was an elite businessman who made deals with the entire world. I was the young successor and CEO of a colossal corporate conglomeration. But my real self is that of a regular, everyday policeman. Stop doing image training and get yourself out there in the field. Phoenix is so annoyed at that guy. Every time you come here, it says something different about him. She was cute. She was the key to all of this. Doesn't look like Mr. Scruffy Detective is here. Well, he's out there with the camera asking around at all the electronics stores. Then I'll make some salad for him for dinner. Looks like Pearls really appreciates what Gumshoe is doing for us. Mr. Nick? Yes. Where's the lettuce? I don't think I've ever bought lettuce before. Aw, I guess I have to kind of give up on making a salad then. Guess the lack of lettuce is kind of a problem. Oh, this is the same stuff from before. Okay. I'm sure they must have transferred Miss Andrews here by now. So that means that both Mr. Ungard and Miss Andrews are in this detention center. Now then, whose story do I want to hear? I don't remember the proper order for this. I know you could eventually get through both of them, though. Oh, it's you. I'm sorry to be visiting at such a late hour, but there are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight. Me? I thought your client was Matt. I'm sure Miss Andrews knows something. She can't be clueless about the secret Mr. Karita had on Mr. Ungard. I'd like to ask you about Matt Ungard, if you don't mind. Mr. Wright, you still don't know, do you? The real him, I mean. You seem to bear a lot of resentment towards Mr. Ungard. If that's the case, then why did you become his manager? And why would you become intimate with his rival? That has nothing to do with this case. Nothing. About Miss Celeste Impacts. I had finally put her death behind me. And now, thanks to you, it's all come back to the surface. I'm sorry. And they love showing that photo of her being hung by her neck. Yes, I was shocked by her suicide. And it's true that when I heard the rumor that Juan was the one who had hidden her suicide note, I began to draw close to him. I wanted to get her suicide note back, and to burn it. You wanted to burn it, but why? I didn't want to spread like just another piece of gossip. But I never held any murderous intent towards Juan. I would never do something so stupid. Suicide note, huh? I wonder what it said. Why frame him? Why did you try to frame Mr. Ungard? That's simple, because he's the killer, that's why. Isn't it the duty of every good citizen to inform the police? But there had to be another way. The police are excellent at doing their job, so they'd figure it out, right? Yes, they're so good that they couldn't figure out the real truth behind Celeste's death. Miss Andrews... Well, I know you're not the type of person to do something without a reason, so please, tell me why you did what you did. Revenge. Huh? Did you say something just now? Single lock. A psyche lock, huh? Don't you understand yet? You're not my lawyer. To be honest, you're more like my enemy. But... I'm sure I just heard Miss Andrews say, revenge. I think we can unlock this now. I'm not sure. Take that! Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Ungard for the murder? I've already told you countless times. It's because I thought Matt was the killer. No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Ungard. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. So you're saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why? What an absurd idea. What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. Miss Andrews, a woman who lives on being dependent on other people. There has to be something or someone in her past that would make her want to take revenge. Actually, you know what? I don't think I have the information. I don't think I have it. I mean, granted, if I fail, it's not a big deal. It's just, I'm only one hit away from failing anyway, so... I kind of don't want to bother. Oh. Mr. Wright, please, you have to help me! Uh-oh. Mr. Powers... What happened? Why are you here? You see, I got roped into this somehow. What? Now I'm going to testify at tomorrow's trial. It's Goku? Hey, Val, yeah, it is Goku. He kind of does look like Goku. So the decisive witness is Mr. Powers? I was talking with the detective until a little while ago, and I was on my way home. When all of a sudden, you're under arrest, and I was brought back here. Oh. They said my face and whole self in general looked suspicious or something. Well, I guess I could see how they thought you looked suspicious. I'm just a normal guy in an exercise show for kids. Is that a crime? So about this testimony you're giving tomorrow, what are you going to talk about? I really don't know yet. But it sounds like I saw something pretty important from what they tell me. You saw something important? What was it? Well, the detective told me not to talk about it. You can't tell everyone, and especially not that lawyer, he said. Who do you think that lawyer is that the detective is talking about? I'm going to take a wild guess and say it was me. Yeah, you got it. Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya and myself are your only two allies in this whole world. But it's alright. Ouch. I don't really have a lot of friends, do I? This is going to do a lot of damage to Matt, you know. Because he's got that refreshing like a spring breeze image going. What is he really like? Well, let's see. Matt's always been kind of a player with the women. He would never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. He'd always say, it's just a game, to justify himself. What? How horrible. That's unforgivable. Oh, so sorry, didn't mean to offend you. But you know, he said once that there's only one person in the world who won't swoon over me. One person who wouldn't swoon over him. His manager, you know? Miss Adrian Andrews. Why is Mr. Powers suddenly looking kind of energetic? Ah, you see, I'm actually a sucker for gossip. I mean, celebrities in their worlds have this dazzling sort of image, right? A dazzling sort of image. But aren't you part of that dazzle, Mr. Powers? No, I'm more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly, brutish kind of guy, you see. But it's okay, really. I get to hear plenty of gossip about a lot of other stars around me as things happen. Well, that's true. Oops. Oh, hey, so did you hear about this yet? About Miss Andrews' mentor and her suicide? You mean Miss Impacts? We heard something about how her wedding was cancelled. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's not the right way of reflecting that line. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I thought about it a little the other day, about that mysterious death. Hey, Mr. Wright, why don't you go ahead and ask me about that? Go ahead, go on. Mr. Powers is so charged up his skin is practically glowing with electricity. Hey, so you've heard this? Have you heard this? Did you know? Why are you showing me that? I don't want to read that. Celeste left a suicide note. And they say that Juan went and hid it. We heard about that in court today. But there wasn't any actual proof that she had left a note. Well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written on that note. Something bad for Juan, that is. Something bad for Mr. Kurita? Why do you figure so? Well, before she died, Celeste talked with a few of her friends. And she said, it looks like I got caught up with a truly insidious man. A truly insidious man? Did she mean Mr. Kurita by that? Well, there's no one else that fits the bill, right? And that would be a reason enough for him to hide the suicide note. I see. That's some good info. Thank you. You're welcome. Mr. Engard and Mr. Andrews are both at the detention center right now. There's still things I don't understand or know about, I'm sure. I have to get the two of them to tell me everything. That's Juan's former manager, right? Celeste Impacts. She was with Global Studios for a while way back when. But some things happened and she ended up moving over to Worldwide Studios. Some things? As in? Random but hated to try out those sauces at McDonald's. No. Last time I ordered McDonald's was... I actually got McDonald's a week ago. I just got a regular burger. I don't know what the new sauces are. Well, there's no one left around who knows the details, you know? Only rumors are left now. Hey, that's Miss Andrews. She's Matt's manager. Actually, I was a little interested in her for a bit. Just a little. So Mr. Powers likes this type of woman. What do you know about Miss Andrews? Well, see, here's the thing. I don't really know her, you know? Ah, if you're interested, I can give you a little bit of the details. He's so happy he looks like a lion who's just found his next meal. Purple one is sweet and spicy, but woo does that spice kick at the end. That sounds like something I'd like. Also, another new one. Hold on. Must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. I'm sorry, everyone. I've lied to you all. I'm not a detective. I'm really global hero, Onya Kopan. I think he's lost his grip on what's real and what isn't. I didn't really find out anything new here, and she's not going to show me anything anyway. I keep... God, flipping through these is so annoying. Going deeper in is always up. Now then, whose story do I want to hear? Dude, it's Mr. Wright! I hope you can get me off the hook tomorrow. I almost stopped at get me off. I'm counting on you. I hope so, too. Edgeworth just dropped a bombshell on me by saying that Juan Corrida was killed by an assassin, and that the assassin's client is this man, Matt Ungard. What's wrong? Mr. Ungard, there's something I must know with 100% certainty. You seem kind of different. You're not like your totally usual lawyer dude self. About that press conference. You mean the one where Juan was gonna dress up as the Nickel Samurai? Yeah, I heard a little more about it from Miss Andrews. Pretty good. Jammy sweet, but give it a few seconds and bam, yes, spicy. Jammy sweet and spicy. Well, I have pepper jelly in my fridge. That's probably long since expired now. I gotta throw that out. And pepper jelly was literally like sweet, but it had like a spicy kick, and it was actually pepper. Like it was a sweet pepper taste. Very weird for a jelly. I'm gonna have to try a little bit again, see if it's okay. Could you please fill me in on what this secret is? Please? Well, I knew this was coming. Want to eat lemon curd now or apple jam? I had a jar of lemon curd that I had gotten from Home Goods like years ago, and it lasted me like 2 years. It was a big jar. It was so good. I loved pouring that on toast. Mr. Nick, don't tell me. Psyche locks. You said a secret, right? But I don't have any idea what it is. Do you, dude? Did you know about Mr. Corrida and Miss Andrews' relationship? Well, it's all over the tabloids, dude. Ah, but I don't know any of the details, if that's what you mean. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what Juan did with his life. Miss Andrews, she had a purpose in mind when she started seeing Mr. Corrida. Her mentor was Mr. Corrida's manager, and Miss Andrews was going to get Miss Celeste Sympax's suicide note from him. Celeste? Does that jog any memories? Dude, I suddenly just got totally hungry. You up for a pizza? My treat. Mr. Nick, what's a pizza? Is that some kind of pea? Like green peas? Oh my god, Pearl. Let's go eat one later, okay? Ah, I got cut off by the pizza dude at the shop. That's too bad. Well, how about we get our minds off this topic and talk about something else, okay? Mr. Ungard, are you connected to Miss Impact's suicide in some way? Kinda scared to show him this card. What's wrong, dude? Oh, so about this picture card. Have you ever seen this before? Nope, never saw it in my life, dude. I don't think he's lying, or is he? Then again, he looked like he gasped just now. Maybe I'm seeing things. Well, needs to try pepperoni ASAP, yeah. That Adrian, never thought she'd go this far to frame me for the crime. I mean, what does she have against me? Dude, I don't get it. That's something I would like to know, too. Do you have any ideas at all? Even the slightest clue? Huh? What, me? Don't be so silly, Mr. Lawyer, dude. How am I supposed to know something like that? You should have 12 hours of sleep? About this. Mr. Nick, you can't! Huh? Miss Andrews said she doesn't want anyone to know about that, remember? What's that? Oh, this, nothing. It's nothing, really. Mr. Ungard? Dude, I know I asked you to be my lawyer and all, but I don't think I have to tell you anything and everything. What do you mean by that? It just means I don't have to tell you anything and everything, dude. He was a bit of a talentless hack when he was alive. Is he a Power Ranger or something? Yeah, actually, he kinda is. He plays a Sentai. He's an actor in a Sentai show. But who knew he could play dead so well? Wouldn't you agree? Well, that's because he really is dead. And quite pitifully indeed, yes. Could you please take a look at this? I know it may not seem important to you. Well, if it's not important, then I'd rather be in bed. If I don't get my 12 hours of beauty sleep, my skin's gonna wrinkle up like a prune, dude. You know, he's right, Mr. Nick. Your skin's kind of drying up here and there. I swear, after this case is over, I'm going to get lots and lots of sleep. Yeah, he actually plays this character, the Nickel Samurai. And then his rival plays a character called the Jammin Ninja, who I don't think I have a photo of. There is an image of them. Well, here's an image of them in costume and dead. But they're samurai. They're a ninja that plays guitar. Interesting, that wasn't willing. He reacted to this, but he didn't tell me anything about this person. He's your butler, Mr. Doe, right? We met him at your mansion. Oh, yeah, that's right. He's a pretty cool dude who can do lots of things. He takes real good care of me. I don't get it. Why would she want to frame me? I mean, I've never done anything to her, dude. Mr. Ungard seems pretty sincere, and he seems trustworthy. So I have to find out what Miss Andrews' real intentions are. I know I can't do his psyche locks now, because there's a piece of evidence that I don't have yet that I need for it. So I'm not sure. Mr. Nick, your phone! I don't like the sound of this ringtone right now. It sounds kind of ominous. It's probably just your imagination. You should really pick it up, Mr. Nick. It could be important. Hello? We got a big problem, pal. What's wrong? I'm on my way to your office right now. Okay. Hey, wait a sec. Why is he coming here? It's terrible. I don't know what to say, pal. It's the end, I say. I'm going to... Oh. I got here faster than I thought. Hey. He was on the phone while also being there. I should have had both mics on. No time to relax now, pal. I'm confused as anything here. Well, what happened? We got him. We know who bought that spy camera. Eh? This quickly? And this bear's what gave him away, pal. The bear. I figured it out, pal. I figured out that we should have been looking into the bear instead of the camera. But wasn't Mr. Edgeworth... Shh, Pearls. And? Go on. There's only one person who bought one of those bears who's related to this crime. Who is it? Who would be so rude as to spy on another person in their room? Matt Ungard. Huh? Matt Ungard, your client. That's who, pal. And here I thought things couldn't get any worse. Are you sure you heard right? That the person who bought this bear was... I heard it from this department store clerk, pal. This is the credit card receipt for the purchase. It's for $3,800, pal. That's an exact match to the price of that stuffed bear. Receipt? That's all you have? Nah, it's not just the receipt, pal. The store clerk himself said so. He told me, I'm sure I sold the bear to Mr. Ungard. I mean, the clerk even got Mr. Ungard's autograph out of it, pal. So I'm sure that person that bought the stuffed bear was Mr. Ungard himself. My sight is failing me. This can't be. Receipt for $3,800. Proof Ungard bought a stuffed bear identical to the one in evidence. So what about the spy camera we found? Ah, that was a dead end, pal. I mean, you could get this kind of thing from anywhere. But for now, I guess I could give these back to you for you to file away into evidence. Spy camera, transmitter, and stuffed bear refiled into the court record. I know you don't want to give up, pal. I didn't think it was possible. The person who put the spy camera in Juan Corrida's room was Matt Ungard. Why? Why would Mr. Ungard do something like this? I bet it was to catch Miss Andrews and Mr. Corrida in one of their Miss Andrews and Mr. Corrida in one of their rendezvous. I bet is not good enough for me. I have to know the whole absolute truth behind this camera. Are you going to see him? Mr. Ungard, I mean. Yeah. I'm scared, Mr. Nick. I wonder what we'll find out next. I'm scared myself, but I have to put on a good face for Pearls. Matt Ungard, what in the world have you done? Matt Ungard, what was he thinking? You mean, what was he thinking? You mean setting the spy camera up in the victim's room? Yeah, and it was recording at the time of the murder, too, pal. Don't you find that just a tad suspicious? Doesn't sound like a coincidence to me. Ah, I mean, don't mind me. I didn't mean to put it that way, pal. In what way did you mean it? You're working really late, you know, dude. It's already past 10 p.m. I think it's time you told me the truth. Relax. Don't you know that ignorance is bliss? But if you really want to talk, if you really want to know, let's talk. This is a very important matter. Please, you must tell me. What is the secret? Well... Hold on a sec. I'm gonna consult my lawyer, okay? Hello? This is Phoenix Wright. Oh, hey, Mr. Lawyer, dude. Wait, hold on. Oh, hey, Mr. Lawyer, dude. Sorry, but you know, dude, I really just don't have any idea, okay? I really didn't care at all about what Juan was up to, okay? So, it's like that. Looks like I have no choice but to remove those psyche locks. I have a voice filter on there, right? That was just double. Yeah, the voice filter should be off. Or just punch him in the face. There's glass between us. Also, it's illegal. Matt's secret. Now let's hear what this secret of yours is. What if Mr. Kurita had been successful in this plan? What would he have disclosed? I told you before, dude, I don't know. I don't know anything about Juan, okay? Look, Mr. Wright, I can keep on saying it until I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Juan any attention the whole time that night. That's illegal, but many things are illegal. No one stops him in this game. True. Yeah, but we're in the detention center right now. Phoenix would get arrested if he did that. Also, again, there's a piece of glass between them. I mean, come on, I was in the middle of a nap. Don't lie to me. Huh? I know you paid close attention to Mr. Kurita, especially on that night. Someone used this camera to secretly film Mr. Kurita's room on the night of the murder. Secretly film? What? And then sent the images what the camera took with its transmitter. Wow, but dude, where was this camera you're talking about hidden? The spy camera was hidden in this stuffed bear's eye. A bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan. I guess Juan had a few cons of those fans too, huh, dude? Actually, I wouldn't say this bear was a present from a fan. You sure, dude? Who else could it be from? The person who gave this bear to Mr. Kurita was... Mr. On Guard, don't you know this bear from somewhere? I don't think I've ever met Mr. Bear before, dude. But how he says he knows you. How could you forget such a great friend? What else did the bear tell you? He says that the one who put the camera in his eye was you, Mr. On Guard. If I didn't know how you work in court, I'd think I was in some serious trouble. Come on, this is all just a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg. Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret yet. Well, do you have any proof you want to show me first? Here's proof that it was you who put the camera inside the bear. I have here one credit card receipt, Mr. On Guard. It's from when you bought that stuffed bear. Dude, all you could tell from this is that I spent $3,800. I go to that department store all the time, okay? This $3,800. This could be that toothbrush I bought that one time. A $3,800 toothbrush? It's ivory, and it's got elephant hair for bristles. Ew, elephant hair. Is that what rich people use nowadays? Anyway, the store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you even gave him an autograph, did you not? Dude, should have said that earlier. So could I ask you one thing? Yeah? You're my lawyer, right, dude? So if you are, then why are you looking into stuff like that? Because if I don't know the truth, I can't help you. Sounds more like stupid lawyer talk to me. Hey, let's stop talking about this, okay? No, not yet. I haven't asked you why you set that camera up yet. And what your secret is. Of course, it would be strictly confidential. So, what are you going to do now? I'm going to find out what I want to know, because I must. The reason you hid this camera in Mr. Kurita's room and filled it in secret is... I guess the photo of the murder? Nope. And now I have to do the whole fucking thing over again. Wow. Mr. On guard? Dude, how about you take that bear home with you and talk to it? I'm sure Mr. Bear will talk with you about it as much as I will, which is not at all. Fuck, I forgot what the last one is. Also, I guess I kind of spoiled it by saying the last one instead of the next one. We gotta go through all this again. Oh, you can't even save during these segments. The reason you hid this camera in Mr. Kurita's room and filmed it in secret is... Oh, the card, maybe? Yeah, it is. We just had to present something related to Shelly the Killer. What is this card? Maybe he doesn't know about this card. This is a certain man's calling card. The man's name is Shelly the Killer, and I'm sure you know of him, don't you? Shelly the Killer? That's ridiculous. Why would I know some shady scumbag like him? If you really don't know him, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? Yeah, we're up to here. Hey, from... This is it. I'm finally starting to get to the truth. I can't afford to make any more mistakes now. Mr. Mad on Guard. I know why you know Mr. the Killer. It's because you're a hero of justice, you're a star, you're his client. Why would one of these two... Why would you're a star be... You know what? I'm not even gonna question it. It's the one thing we want to avoid saying, but... Since you're the one who set up that camera, that means you knew. You knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So, how? How would you know something like that? It's because you're his client. That's why. You hired Shelly the Killer to assassinate Mr. Juan Kurita. The real mastermind behind this whole murder is... You, Matt on Guard. And here I was, trying to be a good boy for you, dude. I thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. Well, that's what I thought, anyway. Mr. On Guard, you really did... Hold on a sec. I'm gonna consult myself, okay? Consult? Myself? Well, I guess it's probably about time anyway. About time for what? I think it's time for you to meet him, Mr. Lawyer Dude. How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Matt on Guard. It's chills, man. Well done, Mr. Wright. I bet it wasn't easy to gather as much information as you have. So you really are Shelly the Killer's client? You didn't really think I would dirty my own hands in this, did you? What do you mean? And that woman, Adrian, was quite brave herself, trying to stick the crime on me. I didn't think she had it in her. But all I care about is that Juan is dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer? You're lying. What a terrible... Oh god, he's got the chalice, yeah, that's impressive. Finish command mission, you didn't get him over to any super bosses. Nice. When I streamed it, I think I lost to like 2 or 3 of them on the first try. It gets really easy once you realize that Heat Haze plus that triple hit sword is like, for Zero, is like one of the best weapons you could use against them. It's way past your bedtime, little girl. Go on. Let us grown-ups talk about more adult things. But why? Why did you hide the video camera and... He gave Zero 3 Super Force medals. Nice. Oh, so he finished the game multiple times, because you can only get 2 of those per finish. 1 alpha and 1 beta. A weakling soon believes the words of others, just like that pathetic Adrian. He knew about Miss Andrews' secret. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. What? Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows by holding the sinful deeds over their head. And a superstar like me, how much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess? And that's why... Yes, that's where the video comes in. It's got his face and the crime scene recorded on it, preserved for all time. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want. That's right, that video's my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright? Why would you do something so wrong? Because I'm a grown-up and I can. Good enough of an answer for you, little girl? Why? Why would you kill Mr. Kurita? Because he was about to sling so much dung onto my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they? This is all because of that press conference, isn't it? If Mr. Kurita had been able to give it, then Mr. Enguarde's secret would have... Ah, well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation, you know? I had no interest in doing it, really, but bit by bit, it crept up on me. And the situation just presented itself perfectly. How beautiful, I thought. And that's how Mr. Kurita ended up dead. Let me tell you something. I'm not like Adrian. I don't depend on anyone. People are simply things to be used. Used and thrown away. Put on a sweet, innocent face and people will swallow anything you feed them. Adrian fell for it. The assassin, too. Oh, and how can I forget? Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone all working their butts off for me, Matt on guard. Ah, did that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You've grown awfully quiet. How could I have been so deceived by you all this time? When we first met, I asked if you had killed Juan Kurita, and you answered very clearly that you hadn't killed anyone. Hey now, I never told you any lies. The person who did the killing was that day killer guy, right? All I'm guilty of is taking a cat nap in my room. You killed Mr. Kurita. I dare you to say that in court tomorrow. Oh, but too bad you can't. You're my lawyer after all, aren't you? You could always drop my case and refuse to represent me. How does that sound? Oh, but you can't do that either, can you? That'd be the one thing you absolutely couldn't do. Mystic Maya. You wouldn't want to test a killer. He's a man of his word, or so I hear. You could end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose. You scoundrel! So if I were you, Mr. Wright, Esquire, I think I would give it my all tomorrow. Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution. I'll get you for this. That's such a cliché phrase. Juan said something just like that, if memory serves. Of course, well, we all know how things turned out in the end for him, don't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer. Maya, what am I supposed to do? And now you finally found it. The starting line of this case. Edgeworth. I don't care for this hard atmosphere. Let's return to the precinct. Well, Wright, what are you going to do? If you plan on changing your strategy... No, we can't do that. That's right, he's holding Maya hostage. What should I do? That's not something I can answer for you. Mr. Edgeworth... Right, only you can decide where you go from here. 1 year ago, at that time, I didn't truly understand what a prosecutor was, despite being one for like 8 years, and that is why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt that I couldn't stand in a court of law until I knew what a prosecutor really was. And now, Wright, it's your turn. My turn? What is this thing called a lawyer? What can you do as one? You must find the answer, and you must find it on your own. I'm a lawyer, but to fight for someone who's clearly a killer. Matt and Guard, that man is really... Ugh. It doesn't matter who, every person deserves a proper defense and a fair trial. Isn't that the basis of our judicial system? Proper defense? What exactly is that? Is it where a lawyer forcibly and blindly gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery? Ironic that you, of all people, should say such a thing. Isn't that exactly how you fought for your clients up until now? Well, that may be true, but that's because I believed my clients to be innocent from the bottom of my heart. But if I were to get in Guard an acquittal, that isn't a proper defense at all. I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who were suffering and in pain. But when I took a look at this mess we're in, I can't even protect the person closest to me. Even if I win the case, I still lose in the end. I just don't know what to do. Right. Would you get a hold of yourself? You have it all wrong. Huh? We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human, you and I. You want to save someone? That's something easier said than done, wouldn't you say? You're a defense attorney. You can't run away from that. You can only fight. That's all you can do. But why fight? People like you and Franziska von Karma are always using all you have to pin me down. You fight to the very end, even when you know the truth is not with you. But I'm not like you. I can't fight for a verdict. I can't be... I didn't get to read that second part. Franziska, she fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is a perfect win record. That's all. And? Isn't that the same as you? Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Because your precious win record was destroyed? You're so petty. I see. Now I understand why you despise me so. However, you are mistaken. Thanks to you, when you sealed off my path to a perfect win record, I began to realize the error of my ways. I realized that things such as a perfect record were meaningless. What? I don't believe you. Are you saying that is why you left the prosecutor's office? But then why? Why are you here now? The answer to that is something you'll find out on your own. I have faith you'll see I have faith you will see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. But if you can't, then you will be powerless to change the ending of this story. Mr. Nick, the transceiver... Because he God damn it, no. I mean, yes, but no. I'm sorry for what happened earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney, do you wager you can obtain an acquittal tomorrow? My, what is the matter, Mr. Attorney? I don't sense your usual anger this time. Tell me, please. Why are you holding Maya hostage for Mr. Unguard's sake? Why are you doing this for that cold-blooded killer? Right. Please don't misunderstand things. He is my client. Don't toy with me. A man who hires an assassin is just as much of a killer himself. I believe you are asking me for a reason as to why I'm doing what I am. Yeah. This is what I like to call my aftercare. What the heck is aftercare? Well, you see, when two people have... Okay. My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients for my handiwork. That is why that is what is called client relations, and it's a part of an assassin's duty. An assassin's duty? We were unlucky this time, and my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney, and to ensure that you would do everything in your power to the very end. What is your name? I believe I told you once before, however. You did, but... My name is... De Killer. Shelley De Killer. You're Shelley De Killer? Please keep in mind, you don't have much space to maneuver with me. As a De Killer, I always finish what I set out to do. if you fail to keep up your end of the bargain... Maya! It would be my duty as an assassin to see that she receives a nice long nap. No! Now then, if you'll excuse me, if someone were to trace this signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome. Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! I don't know what to say. Edgeworth. Did you hear that? At the very end of the transmission. Huh? Oh, that. It sounded like a cat. A cat? It can't be. That cat. Can it? What is it? I think I know where Shelly the Killer is holding Maya hostage. Edgeworth, have all police units head for En Garde Mansion immediately. All right, you hurry over there as well. Don't lose hope yet, Pearls. The fight has only just begun. Yeah. Maya! Please answer us, Mystic Maya. With this area completely surrounded, there's no way for him to escape. Assuming he's still in the area. I can't believe it, that butler. All this time he was the killer. There is a profile for the killer separately from them. We don't have it yet. He and En Garde were working together all this time. I'm sure they had worked out a contingency plan ahead of time. It seems that En Garde was quite famous, even as a motorcycle racer. Racer? Generally, when a star like him tries to do something like that, they fail, but it seems En Garde is no ordinary man. And En Garde, this is probably where he conducted business with the killer. Yeah, Shelly the Killer values his client relations more than anything else, so I'm sure he must meet with his clients in person to talk about any transactions. This is the first time I've seen such a large fireplace. I don't particularly care for large fireplaces. They remind me of my youth. That's right, he grew up in a really affluent household. I guess you're still not over that case, huh? Don't take this personally, but I really do not wish to remember anything from that time in my life. Looks like there's another room in the back. Leave that to us. I'm sure the investigation team is already doing its job in there. It's En Garde's personal collection. I'd say it's a hobby of his to collect prop masks of shows related to his own. Seem to know all sorts of details about Matt En Garde. Almost too many details. He's a defendant in this case, of course I would know about him. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Oh, it's a figurine of a bear! But there are lots of cuts in it for some reason. A wooden bear-shaped figurine. It's covered in many thin cuts. A bear? Isn't that more of a thing for Mr. Kurita? Why would something like this be here? Right, look down. There's a little pet door installed here. I'm sure that's for Shu. Do you think that this came through that little door? Ugh, this door, it's locked. Well, I'm pretty used to breaking doors down by now. Let's go, Edgeworth. There's no one here. From the looks of this room, I would say this is En Garde's private lounge. Look at this, Wright. An antenna for sending and receiving radio signals, and a VCR. Check inside the deck. If there's a tape, it would be an important piece of evidence. If we're lucky, it'll have the moment the crime was committed recorded on it. I'm sorry, but the tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found. No, but there's no mistake that someone used this to record something. Looks like someone took the tape we're looking for and escaped with it. It's En Garde's computer. Why couldn't you have used it to get help? Mr. Nick, where's the power switch? Oh, I get it, so that's what happened. She couldn't find the power switch. It's a VCR and an antenna. Footage that spy camera took of the crime scene was beamed here and recorded on tape. If only we had that tape, it would have been really helpful. The cat's fine. Maya, however. The huge television and speakers loom largely here. I'm sure if Maya saw this, she'd say, I would die a happy samurai fan if I could see the Nickel Samurai on a TV like this. Yeah, that's what she'd say. I can't believe I just made a joke about Maya, all things considered. It's a very small table. I could barely squeeze 3 pearls on here. But I wouldn't sit on the table to begin with, Mr. Nick. What a spacious sofa. I bet 10 pearls would fit on here. I don't think 10 of me would fit, Mr. Nick. Can't read all the labels, but this is a very large collection of videotapes. Looks like Engard taped all of his own shows. There's a little door for Shu and this big door. I'm sure Maya used this door to shove this out there. I'm sure it was her. Every time you give me some piece of evidence, it's always the most crucial piece. This time too, I'm sure. That's everything in here. We've searched all over, but it looks like he got away. I'm sorry. It looks like he slipped out of our grasp this time. And now we've lost our only lead. Don't give up yet. That little girl is looking at you to be her pillar. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, you're right. We're close, I can tell. We've already set up checkpoints along every route leading out of this district. Leave the rest to us. Maya. It's a pretty heavy door, isn't it? I can't open it by myself. Please don't shut me in here by accident, okay, Mr. Nick? No way he got out while missing the bear figurine. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. That's really weird. Like, how did Maya do that? If I were locked in a place like this, I'd be plenty scared too, trust me. Light doesn't filter in all the way, so it's hard to see. Looks like there's crates and cardboard boxes tied up with wire here. Wow, I've never seen so many bottles in one place before. Well, I guess when you're a star, you have so much money you could buy anything you want. Beerle. This looks like a picture of Miss Impax. Yeah, wine cellar escape passage. That would probably make the most sense, honestly. But also, how would I don't know. There's a couple things that don't make sense. Why is this picture in here? With love, Celeste. Miss Impax? You mean... Yes, Mr. Kurita's former manager. Why would a picture of Miss Impax be here in Mr. Engard's mansion? And why does it say with love? This might be a clue. Found at the Engard mansion. With love, Celeste is written on it. Ah! What's wrong, Pearls? Please let me see that picture frame. Huh? What's so special about the frame? On the back, there's something written on the back of the frame. Maya. It's Mystic Maya. She left us a message. What? I thought you'd come. I knew you would. Now listen up. You better get Engard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever. How exactly did she figure all this out? She wasn't there when we realized Mountain Guard was, the suspect. You have to miss the figurine on his way in. Yeah, that's true. I'll never forgive you, ever. Well, here's the thing. He probably didn't know the bear was important. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe he did. I don't know. Yeah, there's something that doesn't make sense here. I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. There's so much I want to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time left. Pearly, you're there too, right? Make sure you help Nick, okay? Someone's gotta someone's gotta watch out for that helpless lunk. That's it, Nick. Guess I'm really... why is... The text scrolling in this game doesn't work right. Sometimes. No! Mystic Maya! I absolutely cannot do a little girl voice. I actually overheard the killer talking to Nick. Oh, probably. I'll talk to you guys later, is what she said. I really hope the Apollo Justice collection fixes the issue. Also, there's no log in this game. I'm assuming the Apollo Justice collection will have one, since Ace Attorneys 5 and 6 both have them. If I'm not mistaken, the courtroom scenes in Apollo Justice are being redone in 3D. Like, they're actually, like, when they have the images of the people, like, in the courtroom, they're gonna be, like, fully... I don't know if they're 3D, but they'll be fully imaged. Visible. They won't be AI upscaled like these were. Right. What's wrong? Why the blank stare? Oh, nothing. We've searched the house, and this room. This is the last room. Looks like he eluded us. Edgeworth. Yes? Yes? As far as clues go, I think this is about all I'm going to get. But I'm still short one last thing. And what is that? Miss Andrews' psyche lock. If I could just find out what secret she's holding, then I think I could stand a chance in court tomorrow. To blow this case wide open and expose the truth. I think I know what you're thinking. I'll contact the detention center. Thanks, Edgeworth. Well, let's go, Pearls. Time to open that last lock. Good evening, Mr. Wright. What's wrong? You look ill. Miss Andrews, I've come to remove your psyche lock. Psyche lock? I want to know and you will tell me. Your secret. Fine, go ahead. Try to break me if you can. Why did you frame Mr. Ungard? I wonder why. I don't really know myself. When I realized what I was doing, I had already stabbed the knife into Juan's body. I'm almost sure that just now, Miss Andrews muttered revenge to herself. Take that! Why frame him? Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Ungard for the murder? I've already told you countless times it's because I thought Matt was the killer. I've read all this already. Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by depending on other people. There's something or someone in her past that would make her want to take revenge. You're trying to help or hurt Matt with what you're doing. Huh? What do you mean? This random haphazard throwing out of evidence you're so fond of doing. That's not what I was trying to do at all. Then refrain from doing it anymore. What the hell? That wasn't right. Guess I screwed up big time. So you're saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I'd want to take revenge for. Okay. I'm gonna have to show her Miss Celeste's, portrait. And then we'll show, yeah, the picture. Celeste. There's only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings, and even revenge. And that is Miss Impax's suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hit her suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt? You're right, you haven't mentioned him. Yet. But for you to hate Mr. Ungard, it would mean that he must have had some relation to Miss Impax and her suicide. Can you explain to me this relationship between Celeste and Matt? There we go. This is a photo of Miss Impax, correct? That's silly, honestly. Yeah, it is. You should just be able to present the one. She looks younger than when she passed away, though. With love, Celeste. This is Miss Impax's handwriting, isn't it? Where did you find this? No, that's alright. It was a rhetorical question. Yeah, it is. I found this at Mr. Ungard's mansion. And after all this time, my last remaining secret has been revealed. Not really your secret. Can get full health going into the last part, huh? Celeste. She was supposed to get married to Juan. Yes, but I heard it didn't work out. Because Mr. Kurita didn't want to get married to her anymore, right? Yes, because of Matt. Because of Mr. Ungard? What do you mean? Think I could see where this is going. Celeste. She was Matt's manager a long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world at the time. I was working part-time back then and often saw those two together. So that's why. With love, Celeste is written on that frame of that picture. They were a couple, weren't they? It wasn't anything as splendid as that. Celeste was being used. Toyed with until she was thrown away. That's so horrible. Matt's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful of a man he is. A scandal would have destroyed that. Which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldwide Studios. And that is where she met Juan. She seemed really happy with him. Even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were a good match, and they were even planning to get married. And then, it was suddenly called off. On the night Juan called off their marriage, Celeste, she killed herself. And that's why I framed Matt. It was my revenge for Celeste and for myself. I'm sure you can guess why Juan called off the wedding, right? Matt confessed to Juan about his relationship with Celeste. I see. So that's what happened. But then why did Mr. Kurita have to call off the wedding? I don't understand at all. It was probably because of his worthless male pride. Juan and Matt were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth on Juan. He was aiming for when he would hurt Juan the most. Poor Miss Impax. That wasn't the end of it. That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind. And in that note, she left a detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds, and so that she would never get hurt again by Matt, she chose to die. Then Juan discovered her body and hid her note. But why would he do that? It's simple. Juan realized that the note was a powerful weapon against Matt, and it would be especially damaging to his refreshing like a spring breeze image. In any case, with his pride hurt, Juan sought revenge. Revenge. There's that word again. Juan wanted to publicly disclose the contents of the suicide note. At a time that would cause Matt the most damage, of course. And that was at the press conference after the stage show. I know all about it because I heard it all from Juan. It was so I could find out about all of this that I drew too close to Juan to begin with. They're quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. That night when I found Juan's body, it was only natural that I thought the murderer was Matt. Those two were always spying on one another, after all. As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide note. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public. I was going to burn it. I'd even brought a lighter with me. But I couldn't find the suicide note, and that's when revenge crossed my mind. Yes, I was going to bring to them my own kind of cruel revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters, so when I stabbed Juan's body with that knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt. And that's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all this, are you still going to help that man? I'm a lawyer. I see. What a foul profession. Thank you very much for taking your time for talking with me. It was no big deal. I couldn't sleep anyway. I can't sleep either, not with Maya's situation, or with what I know now. I would just be like, yo, Mr. Madame Guard's holding my friend hostage. I can't not defend him. Oh yeah, we get to see this scene again. How did I get into this mess? It comes full circle! That's far enough! You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What have I done wrong? I cannot allow you to go on like this. But I'm just a simple defense attorney. Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title. I've had this dream before, someplace, some time ago. As if this day was written into my destiny. Today I'll stand in court as a lawyer. Forgot my PNG tuber was gone. To prove a killer innocent. March 23rd, 9:43 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Hello, this is Phoenix Wright. You don't look so well, dude. You're gonna prove me not guilty today, right? Who let you bring that in here? If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict, too. Ugh. Maya. Phoenix. Phoenix! Mia! Maya, how's Maya? I don't know. You don't know? She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday. Mia, what am I supposed to do? Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of times are when you have to force your biggest smiles. But you can't give up. There's still some hope left. Stop it, please. There's nothing left. Not here, not anywhere. Ah, it's that person on guard again. Will you leave me alone? Look, you don't have to call me anymore. I mean it. You're really mean, pal. Ah, Gumshoe. I'm really sorry. Wasn't on guard standing right there? Like, wouldn't Phoenix have just looked up and, like, yelled at him? Where are you? They let me join the investigation team. We're chasing after the killer, pal. Then you have some sort of lead? Sorry, but right now we've got 0 leads on the guy. But we're not going to give up. Gumshoe, until the trial's over, until the verdict is handed down, we're going to do everything we can and find a killer. If we can get Maya out, then you can get Guard the guilty verdict he deserves, pal. That's true. I could do that if they found Maya first. You got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer. You have to make the trial last longer? If you go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you've got, then the two of you can draw it out. Oh, now I get it. I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So, believe in us. We're going to give it all we've got, just like you. Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe. Hey, Phoenix. Pokemon stall tactics now. Yep. Fake out. Detect. Protect. Detect. Protect. Fake out. Dig. Fly. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. Reflect. Barrier. Whatever that move that Alolan Ninetales has. Snowveil. The one that makes both of them at the same time. It's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance. Yeah. Looks like we're coming to the end. Sorry, when I said yeah right now, I just thought of Cypher. Yeah. I have to make this trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through. I know it. They really need to up ice types, yeah. Yeah. March 23rd, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Raisins, yeah. Yogurt with vanilla ice cream. It's like, why are you getting yogurt and ice cream in the same bowl? That's weird. Do people do that? Is that a thing in Japan? I guess yogurt would be an alright ice cream topping. It's weird to make the yogurt be the main part of the dish, though. It's just more dairy. Because yogurt's dairy. It's just more dairy. Then again, whipped cream is more dairy, and you put that on ice cream, too. Anyway, court is now in session for the trial of Matt on guard. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mystery being what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder. That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings. Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence and threw suspicion onto Mr. Ungard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are of someone who cannot... something I scripted by accident. And then you're saying she's guilty after all? I'm not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card. What is that? It looks like a shell. This is the calling card of a certain assassin. Assassin, you say? Yes, Juan Carrito was killed by a professional assassin. And the person who hired the assassin, his client is, so to speak, is Matt on guard. What a surprising turn of events! I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on this time, so I know everything Edgeworth has said is true. But we still have to hold out as long as we can, at least until Maya's safe and sound. I wonder how the trial will turn out today. Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. They seem to like yogurt in Japan, but I don't know. I've noticed that's a fairly common thing for breakfast there. More specifically, the Calbee granola yogurt combo. I do like yogurt with granola. Yogurt with stuff in it is really good. The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please. Okay, I'm, Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star. And what is your relation to the defendant? Well, I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him, in a way, yeah. Oh, Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much. Oh, sorry, well, but I'm just kind of a nothing sort of guy. On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct? Yeah. I didn't know that. But you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went. All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. Unguard's room. Okay, sure. Visit to Matt's room. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first, I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. He's talking to the bellboy. Nothing seems out of Powers in Mr. Place's testimony. God damn it. Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony. And talking with the bellboy is no big deal. If one assumes that the person Mr. Ungard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy. What are you implying? Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Looks like we're in another sticky situation. Huh? A trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're just going to have to charge in head first, right? Why would Edgeworth want to trap us when we know the truth? At first? What do you mean by that? Well, he was in a bellboyish uniform and he had a bottle of juice on a tray. Sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me. Yeah, but I didn't think he was a normal bellboy. Why was that? Why did I think that, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Sorry, but I can't remember right now. Sorry. Guess I'm going to have to wait patiently on this one. Yeah, let's just wait patiently all day. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant together, correct? Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats. Now, while the two of you were watching them, did you notice anything strange? You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. A tip? That's a perfectly normal thing to do. So how long did you watch the two of them? Not more than a minute or two, I think. So who are these guests you're talking about? You guys, of course. You and Maya and Little Pearl. I thought it would be really rude since I invited you guys, if I disappeared on you. So I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway. This is like squeezing water from a stone. Probably pointless to press further. Do you remember this incident? Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night? I don't remember that happening at all. Maya was making such a racket in her hyper state. I ended up focusing on her. I see. In any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone for very long. The defendant's room? Why did you go there? Well, I'm his mentor, like a big brother of sorts, and I wanted to say congrats. What's wrong? Why did you stop? Mr. Wright? What is it? You're going to try to trick me into a corner, aren't you? Huh? I know I'm just a poor underpaid action star, but I'm not the killer. No one said you were, Mr. Powers. No, please don't. Don't trick me. Every time you do your lawyer thing, the witness suddenly turns into the bad guy. Every time? Witness? I will personally talk to the defense at a later time. So for now, please kindly cooperate and continue with your testimony. Yeah, he's traumatized. Sorry. So you went to the defendant's room, and then what? Hey, wait a minute. When and how did I suddenly turn into the bad guy here? Are you sure that it was Matt on guard? Yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing the Nickel Samurai mask then. If that's the case, then he really can't be mistaken. And what was the defendant doing standing in front of his own room? Okay, I think we've pressed everything, so... Wait a second. Actually, Mr. Powers, only a few minutes ago, you stated... you know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident itself? Ah, yeah, that's it. You really know your job. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he? Perhaps we should let the witness tell us. Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. You mean about the bellboy, yeah? Matt gave the bellboy a tip. So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that? Well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me. How much was it? How much it was? That's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket, and that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. Ugh. I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow at all. It sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. Wonder which of his shocking moments I should ask about. The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you agree? Sure, but giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think. A little too much? Would you please clarify for the court? About how much would you say the defendant gave the bellboy? Honestly, I don't even know. I can't even begin to guess. And why's that? Because he gave the bellboy a really fat roll of cash. A roll of cash? Ah, well, how interesting. It certainly was a generous tip, wasn't it? A very fat roll of cash. That can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. This is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. The defendant is a superstar. That kind of tip is typical fare for people like him. Are you saying that all superstars are super spenders? If I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I be standing around here prosecuting? He's got a point. I don't even get paid, let alone rolls of cash for all my hard work. Yeah, how does Phoenix survive if no one ever pays him? So supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it? Payment, Your Honor. Payment? Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida. Then the bellboy the witness saw... Yes, he was the assassin. Hold your horses now. Mr. Edgeworth, you don't have any proof of this, do you? Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I have here the card Shelley de Killer left at the scene of the crime. Shelley de Killer? Sorry about that. It's the person the police's special investigation team has been chasing for ages. I'm certain that this person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley de Killer. Really? What's wrong, Mr. Powers? No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head and I just think I figured something out. Oh? Actually, that bellboy, I saw that bellboy again later on that night. What? Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw. Yes, sir. Right away. The second time. This time I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when that bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say the room, I mean Juan Corrida's room. Now that I think about it, the bellboy did seem kind of out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin. I'm sure of it. I mean, Thank you very much. That's all we need for now. Huh? But I'm not done. There's still more. Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. Day Killer. Then we shall see. So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. That bellboy was really the assassin. And I think the answer is fairly obvious. That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh. Ha, 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 ha. This is no laughing matter. Pizza pee-pee. And what time was that? Well, I don't remember. The awards ceremony ended around 8 p.m., right? And I went to Matt's room pretty soon after that, and then I came back, and then I went to the bathroom. So I guess maybe around that time it was 8:10 p.m.? You're not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers? Sorry, I thought maybe I could catch Matt and say my congrats. Stall, yeah. Are you sure it was the same bellboy? Yeah, and how could you tell? All the bellboys were the same uniform, after all. But, you see, well, he had those stitches in his face. I skipped pressing on that last time. That was the wrong... I thought that was the right thing to press, and it wasn't. Irk. So I'm sure it was the same guy that was talking with Matt. I knew they were stitches. Yeah, I knew they were the stitches. What do you think? What do people think they are? Tattoos? I always figured it was stitches. So which room did the bellboy come out of? Juan Corrida's room. The victim's room, huh? Yeah, the one with all the really pretty flowers and teddy bears. It was Juan's room, alright. Words cannot describe how screwed I am. That's a good... Let's continue with the testimony, shall we? Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kind of out of place. So what exactly was so out of place about him? Right. Why the insipid grin? Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's going to say next? Well, the bellboy was empty-handed. Empty-handed? That bellboy was one of those room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart and he wasn't holding a tray either. You'd call that a little strange too, wouldn't you? I agree that it is a bit strange, Mr. Powers. But is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers' testimony slide, or try to pull a fast one? You're right. I think it is pretty unusual, too. I thought you might think so. No need to say anything when the defense gives up without a fight. Let's move on. Anyway, Mr. Powers, you thought the bellboy was a little suspicious, correct? Please don't be so quick to judge. But it's kind of a Powers family thing. Think of every person as a thief. Well, I guess a thief and an assassin are both sneaky and silent. That's not the point, Phoenix. In any case, if that bellboy was the assassin, it would be very bad for us. But he really is the assassin, you know? Yes, but you can't give in yet. If you want to prolong this trial for as long as possible, you're going to have to pull some cheap tricks on this one. Cling to someone's back and then kill them when they turn around, when anyone sees them. Okay, the I mean isn't there. Alright, time to bluff our way out of this. Like I don't know. I don't know what I was going for there. There's nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy. But there really, really is. There really, really isn't. If you two are done being school children, bellboys are for room service. There is no reason for them to be empty-handed, ever. Your Honor, I ask that what the witness's previous statement be supplanted with this new one. Edgeworth. Are you going to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious? I see. Very well. This court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, if you could please amend your testimony. Yes, sir. I thought it was kind of strange for a bellboy to come out of a guest's room empty-handed. So you're saying that's suspicious for him to be empty-handed? Yeah, really, really suspicious. I mean, when I first saw that bellboy... He was holding a tray in his hand. And there was a bottle of juice and a wine glass on it. Juice. What kind of juice was it? I'm pretty sure it was tomato juice. We come up with some sort of reason as to why he would come home empty-handed. Out empty-handed. Some sort of proof, then I think we could dodge the bullet on this one for now. Proof, huh? Sounds like another job for the court record. This is pretty easy. Mr. Powers. Yeah? You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true. But isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches and... So, a baseball has stitches? Are you saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches? Well, there's also... I mean, what about him being empty-handed? I would like to ask the court to please take a look here. This is the crime scene. There's a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Kurita's body. The liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would look at what's on top of the table in the lower right corner here... Can't see it because my PNG tuber's in the way. Anyone can clearly see that's a tray and a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Kurita's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left. But what? That would mean that the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room. But can you prove that Mr. Kurita was already dead at that time? Mr. Edgeworth? Yes? I blame you for leading me down this route. I'm terribly sorry. What is with them? Why is he laughing? Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us? Is there? The bellboy was empty-handed, or should I say empty-handed. I recall you something interesting to say about his hands. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Huh? Well, what? That bellboy, he was wearing gloves. Gloves? Yeah, pitch black, leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right? Lordy, what even? Yeah, don't worry. It gets weirder. Black leather gloves. Why didn't you mention them earlier? Sorry, it slipped my mind. Boy, does this make the bellboy look really suspicious. Alright, I gotta focus. Can't get lax here. So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves. Come on, Mr. Wright. The bellboy was wearing black leather ones. So, a football's made of leather? Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they're made of leather? That man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant. And then he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy. It seems that we've finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest? Oh yes, please tell us more. Okay. Their second meeting. After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door, just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy left, without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next went to the defendant's room? Yeah, I kinda saw that by accident. Some accident? I'd say you saw too much. And all of it was suspicious to high heaven. I think it's safe to say we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. Is that what you saw we were busy spying? Excuse me? I may be a poor underpaid action star, but even I wouldn't stoop to spying. Well, I think the point is, where did you watch all this from, Mr. Powers? Oh, from the door of the bathroom with my left eye and sort of a sneaky, spy-like. I knew he was spying. Please, does it really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly? What did the bellboy do next? That's all I care to know. I said hold it! Okay. That's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details. Oh, okay. I should probably ask him only one question at a time. He gave something to this person. Yeah? And what was this something? If I remembered what it was, I wouldn't be calling it a something, would I? This implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers? I think it was something kind of small. This is an incredibly crucial piece of information. Please try to remember what it was. I'll try. In the meantime, let's talk of another point. Namely, what the bellboy did next. Oh, so after he gave the person inside the room the thing... Where did this bellboy go after he left Mr. Engard's room? He happened to open the door to Viola Hall, and went in there, and who knows after that, right? I do. After that, I went to the bathroom, back to my seat. Did you see anything strange, suspicious, or just out of the ordinary at that time? Oh yeah, I saw that one thing. What? You saw something else? There was this little jittery alien with a ray gun. It was watching poor Juan's door like some sort of stalker. I think we could forget about the alien. Well, Mr. Powers' testimony just now was as vague as his first. It's a little troublesome, isn't it? But I'm sure if you press him enough, everything will become clearer. Although that just does make it harder on us, doesn't it? Ugh, talk about a lose-lose situation. Finishing that can. I'm gonna have a second one, probably. So who took this something the bellboy handed off? Actually, I don't know. What do you mean? I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm? Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face? Yeah. I'd like to summarize his testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm. Yes, it was just like that. Just like... that. Mr. Edgeworth, is this really all that important? Of course, Your Honor. I think it's of the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client. Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off. Well, let's see. I think it was... No... Remember, please add it to your testimony. Yes, sir. If I saw it again, I could say for sure, but I think it was some sort of wooden statue. A statue? Yeah, I guess it kind of looked like one. But if I saw the actual thing again, I'd probably remember, you know? Looks like for this trial to proceed, I'm gonna have to come up with whatever the statue thing is and show it to him. Gonna have to trust your instinct on this one and take a chance, Phoenix. Well, Mr. Powers, let's continue with your testimony. What did the bellboy do after that? Sure, if I saw it again, it was some kind of wooden statue. Well, we just got a wooden statue. A wooden bear-shaped figurine. What was the point of that pregnant pause? Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up. It was me, Your Honor. What is it, Phoenix? I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this. Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix, deep breath. Mr. Powers, that's something you saw. Was it this item? Oh, hey, that's it. That's the something. Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out. I recall we found this at Macaw mansion. And at the defendant's house. What does this mean? It's simple, Your Honor. Shelley the Killer assassinated Juan Corrida in his room. And then he stole this wooden bear from the crime scene. And the bear found him the bear being found and the bear being found at Mr. Engard's mansion would mean... It goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Matt Engard is the killer's client. Order! 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 I said order!
Mr. Wright, this is a most unfortunate turn of events for you. You bet you're peeing your pants right now.
Yeah. Sorry, Mia. No, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the whole bear would come up. If not now, then it would have been later on. Ugh. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have. I almost forgot that he knew about it, too.
I think it's clear that there's no need for us to continue this trial.
I can't let this happen.
I have to do something. It has to be something we've overlooked.
Your Honor, a minute, please.
Yes, Mr. Wright?
There's still a few points left that we've not fully explored. What are you trying to pull?
Oh, well, we can't have that.
Alright, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? Powers' testimony, the person who received the bear itself. I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable.
The bear? Mr. Wright?
This was found at Mr. Ungard's mansion. However, Mr. Ungard was arrested at the hotel that night, which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home.
Oh.
I think your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It's not possible that it was Mr. Ungard who took this bear to his mansion.
Why, that's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken this bear home.
Phew, disaster averted, it looks.
Bitch, I know everything.
You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright.
Huh?
I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Ungard's mansion. The killer and Ungard were working together, so to speak, and the killer was hiding at the Ungard mansion as its butler.
What a bold move!
The bear figurine was brought back to Ungard mansion by the killer himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, Ungard had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad had the police found it during their investigation. His stitches weren't visible there. Did you see that? They weren't on his face. Like, you could see the middle of his face. The stitches were not visible. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quite quiet for a while now. This is too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all? I have to try. I have to find something else. This is something else.
What will you do now, Mr. Wright? Do you plan to...
I plan to expose a clearly shaky place in Mr. Powers' testimony.
What? There's still another one?
There is indeed, Your Honor, and it's quite a questionable point. What are you trying to pull?
Well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further?
Mr. Powers' testimony, of course.
Huh? I know that my testimony was kind of shaky, but...
Your inanity stupefies me, Mr. Wright. We've already clarified all questionable points during the cross-examination just now.
Irk.
Wasting time like this, calling the testimony questionable. I'd say it's your head that's questionable here. Ah!
Yes, I agree. The cross-examination went smoothly and there was nothing wrong with the testimony. Now then, I believe...
But please, wait!
You're being very persistent today.
Because I can't let it end here. No, my outburst just now was a little questionable. Questionable. It was questionable, mate. Questionable indeed. But... there really are some questionable points left to discuss, Your Honor. What are you trying to pull now?
Oh, we can't have that. Alright, blah, 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 blah.
You would think he'd stop believing us after the second time. Sorry, we're just doing something. Person who received the bear. There was one thing in Mr. Powers' testimony that was very unclear. And that is the identity of the person who received the bear. He gave something to the person inside the room. Sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear. We can't be sure of... Ah! Oh, no.
What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're going to scream like that, then at least give us a good reason why.
Oh, yes, sorry. Actually, so I remembered. I remembered who took the bear.
What? Really?
I mean, I only saw his arm, but the arm... It was the Nickel Samurai's arm, I swear it. You've got to be kidding! Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers? Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai. But Adrian was wearing a Nickel Samurai costume.
Order, order! Look like you've dug your own grave, yet again. How many times is that today? I've lost count.
The person who took in this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. As we all know, Matt on guard is the Nickel Samurai.
Thanks to the defense, we've made that all the clearer. I think we've heard enough. We now know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matt on guard.
I mean, yeah, but...
I see no reason for this trial to continue. Therefore, I will hand down my verdict.
Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you? I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth.
Any last objections, Mr. Wright?
Well, do I? What should I do? Obviously.
I'll now announce my
There's only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I have left is this one dirty trick. Your Honor, right now we have these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason number 1, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number 2, that very same figurine was found at the Unguard mansion. However, it's possible this is all the work of a certain other person.
What are you saying?
What I'm saying is it's possible a different person is the killer's real client.
The real client?
Yes. Is this all you have?
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is the killer's real client, and therefore the real murderer?
Franziska von Karma, obviously, no. You have to unfortunately say Adrian.
Adrian Andrews?
Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Matt on guard for the crime. By wearing a spare Nickel Samurai costume.
Ah, then the Nickel Samurai's arm that I saw, that could have very well been Miss Andrews. What about Mr. On Guard?
If you would please recall yesterday's testimony. The defendant was taking a nap during the break period.
That's right. Then, finding the figurine in Mr. On Guard's mansion,
it was a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews.
Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this?
I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. Besides which, there is no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either. What is with this trial? Come on, anyone can tell an Guard did it. I can't believe the defense would go so far as to pin the guilt on someone else.
Yeah, unbelievable. It's not something petty, it's a murder of all things.
This is to save Maya. It's to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on.
Order, order, order! All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom.
Your Honor, for the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with his what-if game.
His what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it strange and wondered, why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? He's right. The killer did specially bring that bear to a guard right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? Absolutely. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear up all doubts against Miss Andrews.
And who would that be?
It's quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Adrian Andrews herself.
The double Andrews cross-examination. I see. Well, then the court will take a short 10-minute recess. Prosecution will prepare its witness in that time. Yes, Your Honor.
March 23rd, 11:54 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby 3.
Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought in your desperation you'd try to pin the guilt on Adrian. Ah, swear this demon will pay.
Mr. Nick, Pearls, where's Mia? I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away.
A really strong power?
Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone is...
It's from Gumshoe. How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal? Yeah, sort of. We barely found something to latch onto. Phew, that's good, pal. And what about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where the killer and Maya are? We still don't have any leads, but...
What? We don't have any more time.
If we just had one, even a single clue would be really helpful. I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, I've got to keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. But have I just run out of luck this time? Is all our hope for naught?
A tent.
Huh? A tent? I could see a circus tent. But Mia! It looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me. So it was Maya that called you away. She's locked in a dusty little room right now. But I could see a tent outside the window about 300 feet away. Gumshoe, is there a circus in town right now? There's only one, pal. The Very Big Circus. Maya's somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent. What? Okay, hold on a sec, pal. Hey, draw a circle on that map, about 300-foot radius from the main tent. Hurry! And I could see a mailbox under the window just outside. Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox. Okay, what else? What else, Mia? I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. It felt like I was in an old office building. Maybe the 3rd floor or so? I heard her. An old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there. Just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck. Good luck. I'll call you later, so don't let your battery die, okay, pal? Wouldn't man on guard hear all this and be like, oh, shit. Mia, Maya's not hurt, right? She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. Gumshoe, please hurry. Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix? It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. Just have to make this trial last a little longer.
March 23rd, 12:05 p.m. District Court, Courtroom Number 3.
Court will now reconvene. The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? Don't worry, she wasn't actually there. She was outside of the circus. We don't have to deal with the Mo again. Mo's gone. He's gone and we're never going to have to talk to him again. Except, probably, one more time. You know how the credits in these games work. I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews? Of course I have. You've seen it before? That's right. It's only natural that the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secrets? All right. Why? Why does she...
The bear figurine.
Duh. Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. Just like that podcast that Derek Bittner runs. Actually, was that his, or was that the other person's One Piece podcast? I can't remember. I don't listen to them, because I don't really watch, One Piece. I do want to watch live-action One Piece next month. I've heard it's very good. At its center is a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. If you really can't tell it's a small jewelry... You really can't tell it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it. I'm gonna try that coffee machine later. Where, oh, that complicated one at college? I keep thinking about the old one at my college that was, like, very old, but it had hot chocolate coffee in it, and I was like, it's so good. Coffee's so good. Coffee's so good. God damn. That trend really died already, huh? The TikTok NPC stuff. As soon as everyone did their videos on how bad they are, everyone stopped talking about it immediately. So this figurine, it's a container of sorts, is it? Yes, looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree? Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Oh yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Looks like there really was something to that bear after all. Whoosh. It's a puzzle. A puzzle? That's right. Why'd I do such a deep voice for that? But it looks like an ordinary figurine. True enough. To people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that this was a puzzle. So what kind of puzzle is this exactly? So you can take it apart, and how would one go about doing that? Well, you first turn its tail to the right, then push it in. Oh yes, I see. After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed. Oh, this is most interesting. A boy and his new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again. Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on. I think he's lost it. So what did you find after you took the puzzle apart? Small item. And how do you know about this? I know because I was the one who bought it. Huh? It was a souvenir from when a friend It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland. Then this was a present from you? That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for Juan. So it was a present from Miss Andrews. Witness, let's continue with their testimony. Adrian Andrews has friends? In Switzerland? So who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle? Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland, so I doubt there are many people with the same bear in this country. But this looks like it could be easily broken, especially if someone wanted to get what's inside. Well, it's a toy, but it can never be the same again once it's been broken. Can't really tell it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it. Who else knows that this container is actually a small... Ah, boy, God. Who else knows that this bear is actually a small container or jewelry box? I never told anyone. And as long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew. Two of you, huh? Then of course that means Mr. Ungard didn't know, right? I think this is about all I'm going to get for now. One puzzle with a hollow inside. Only Karita and Andrews know how to open it. Oh, fuck you. Well, Mr. Wright, I think that even you have come to realize that there is one very important fact we have uncovered, and that is this. This bear is actually a jewelry box. Now that we have agreed to that point, there's only one logical question that can come next, and that is this. What is inside this box? What's inside? That's right, and that's what we're going to find out next. Witness? Yes? You're the only one who can open this. Please. There's a painful silence in the courtroom. All eyes are on Miss Andrews now as she solves the puzzle and takes the bear apart. I've opened it. Is this what you wanted? What is that? It looks like a note. I don't think we need to guess what that is, do we, Mr. Wright? It's the suicide note. The suicide note? The suicide note left by Juan Corrida's former manager, Celeste Impacts. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Corrida himself. Lord, yeah. Don't worry, we're not even at the wild part yet. It seems Celeste Impacts has a very beautiful handwriting, and she just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide. suicide. Order! Witness, did you know about this? Yes, I did. I heard it all from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public. But I couldn't find it anywhere. Because it had already been taken by the killer. Everything is going at Mr. Edgeworth's pace. So now that the suicide note's been found, what's the next logical question? What is written on the note? That's right. At least that's what I would like to think. Now then, I believe it's only appropriate the contents of this note be made known. I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it. And I was going to burn it, for her sake. I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. And he literally told you to kill yourself yesterday, so who cares? Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of the note aloud. Very well. The judge's voice rang loud and clear to the deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celeste Impax left a record of all that had happened to her. About being used and thrown away by Enguarde, about being engaged to Kurita and Enguarde's role in destroying that, and about how she decided, in her despair, to end it all. And that's all Miss Impax had to say. There's one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Enguarde. Then what? Our intention, your motive, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness? Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference. My word! Matt Enguarde values, above all else, his refreshing like a spring breeze image, which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost. Found inside the figurine, it tells of Enguarde's horrible misdeeds. It's Enguarde's fault that woman killed herself. And this time, he even went as far as to kill someone to stop him from revealing that. How terrible. What a selfish person. I guess there are slimeball lawyers out there who'll defend these creeps, too. There's no room for doubt here. Mr. De Killer's client's goal was to obtain this suicide note. And the only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found in the defendant's house. The note says Shadow the Hedgehog is a bitch ass and it gets cut off, yeah? It seems that we've come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone. I mean, again, you're right, but... how am I supposed to escape from this one? Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do. I know. I have to carry on and buy him some more time. Okay, there are two deadly pieces of evidence. The figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I could find a way out of this situation through one of those. The gavel's already in the judge's hand, Phoenix. Hurry! The suicide note or the figurine. Which one of these should I pursue? I think it's the suicide note. Please wait, Your Honor. Oh man, look at that lawyer. He's still going at it. It's like he doesn't care that he's trying to get a killer off the hook. I think Your Honor believes that Matt Enguarde killed in order to obtain this note. Yes, that is correct. But that seems a little strange. In fact, I think there's a contradiction in here. This note was hidden by Mr. Kurita until the night of the murder. If that's the case, I say that Matt Enguarde could not have known what was written on this note. Oh, I didn't think of it that way. Not exactly, but I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. No one in their right mind would kill for a note without first knowing what it said. Order! 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 You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? I think it was just a flash, but I think I did rather well on that one. In the words of your people, Kalate. I can't roll those L's. Kayate. Oh no, you don't roll the L's. What am I doing? Kayate.
Why was I trying to roll the... my brain is, like, fucked up right now. I just don't know. I don't know words. Unfortunately, I think he believes differently. Rolling R's are easy. I can do it sometimes. Sometimes it just doesn't work for me, though. I believe a show of appreciation is in order. Huh? The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. I would like to direct the court's attention to this. What is that? It's a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying. Spying? What the? I thought that spy camera was in my possession. Matt on guard and the victim both thought of each other as their biggest rival. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weakness. And the victim, Juan Corrida, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Matt on guard. Fuck. Order! Order! Ahem, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? You don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities. Well, sort of. Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright. I see you're confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was stuffed in the bear's eye. But this camera that I have is not the same one. Last night, I searched the victim's house on a hunch. Using this Gumshoe's bug sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on the camera. Mr. Unguard's fingerprints were there. Well, Phoenix, looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? What am I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Unguard learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along. He got me good this time. I don't have anything I can counter that with. Hey, now what is that lawyer thinking? Mommy, is that man the bad guy killer? Shut, stop, don't look at him. The way he's sweating is just so, ew, nasty. Phoenix. Yes, Chief? Have you figured out what you're going to do next yet? What am I going to do next? Does running away like a frightened child work? I know it seems like Mr. Edgeworth is very close to putting the lid on this case, but in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing. Well, what is it, Mia? There's a piece of evidence that he really should investigate. Something he should investigate. I'd really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded. Remembering not to look into the item when he had the chance. Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden? Alright, I think this time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you? What is this piece of evidence that Mia's talking about? Can I figure out what it still needs to be... Can I figure out what it needs... no. I'm braining, I'm sorry. Can I figure out what it is that still needs to be looked at, or should I let it go? I have an objection, Your Honor. That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright. Objection! Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting this go so easily. You're beginning to sound desperate. That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing. Hey, isn't that what I just said? So you're telling me that I forgot something? You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. But there's something you should really examine about this piece of evidence. Which piece of evidence? Excuse me. What are we talking about? On my toenail. Cheese? Yeah, I mean, it is time for cheese if I don't get this right, but... This is the bear, right? Well, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I do believe some special examination is needed, but I think the item to be examined is this defense's gray matter. Whoops. Mr. Wright, after this trial's over, I would like to see you in my chambers. I think there are a few things we need to discuss. Yes, Your Honor. If you want to speak, at least use your brain to make up something intelligible. Tell me if I got something. I don't know. I don't know! Is it the suicide note? Yeah, it is. That is Miss Impact's suicide note, right? Who knows? I mean, sure, the suicide note was found inside this bear, but this bear was only in my possession until a few moments ago. Which means the handwriting on the suicide note is yet to be analyzed. Oh, so, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Impacts or not, that is yet to be even remotely confirmed. Mr. Wright, you can't seriously be suggesting... Mr. Wright, are you saying the suicide note is a fake? Miss Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. Ungard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into this fake bear? Not fake bear, the bear's real. I don't know why I said fake again. How dare you! Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. Actually, I'm gonna load since I was right there. I don't wanna lose all that health. I just realized that since I got it right, I could just reload instead of sitting through the game over. I'm cheesing it, but I also want to keep the security at this point. Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There's no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever. But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. What? Recall the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who could have solved this puzzle is the witness herself. Ah! What is that, 7 or 8 now for the glasses? Miss Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Matt on guard. I did no such thing. Right, if you're going to pronounce this suicide note a fake, then show the court some evidence to support your theory. Mr. Edgeworth, you were the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution. Ugh. That's enough. Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on the suicide note? It's as the defense has stated. The handwriting is yet to be analyzed. If that's the case, it seems that we've yet again reached a point where verdict is impossible. That's impossible! This isn't good, Phoenix. The judge is going to carry this trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day. I didn't want to do this, but I have no choice. I request that both the prosecution and defense further investigate. Handwriting analysis, my butt. That's just a lawyer trying to buy more time. Ungard is guilty. Look, any idiot can tell you that. I think we've reached the end of the line. Guilty! 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 What is that sound? It's Gumshoe. Hello, Gumshoe? What is with them, and what was that sigh? Where's Maya? What happened? Did they kill her? He got away. What? I'm sorry, pal, I really am. I don't know what to say besides I'm sorry. I wish there was some way to make it up to you, I really do. Anyway, what's going on? We found his hideout, pal. But the two of them were already gone. This is terrible.
I'm going to keep looking for them, pal. Don't you worry. I just need a little more time. But don't tell me we don't have any more. Guilty. 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 Do you hear that? They're calling for his head. Mr. Wright, I can't for us to come this far and... Oh, what is it? Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth. I can't do that. Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself? Yes, Your Honor. I'm about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after... Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch! The spinning phone. Mr. Edgeworth! Please, you gotta buy us some more time! Court is in session. That's it, I'm getting the chunkla. I'm sorry, Your Honor, you were saying? Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but... I'm reluctant to do this, however. It appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow. This time I really can't do anything. Stupido, yeah. Court is now adjourned for the day. Wait for it.
Objection!
Please wait, Your Honor. Edgeworth? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time. For what purpose? We can perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence in that time. But can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes? Or less, or else it's free, don't worry. I believe we can, Your Honor. But wouldn't it be better if we adjourned for today and reconvene tomorrow? 30 minutes, please, Your Honor. That's all I'm asking for. Please, Your Honor. Very well. At the prosecution's request, we'll take a 30-minute recess. But be advised that I will not allow another recess today. I'm not sure if this is helping or hurting us. The court will now take its final recess of the day. March 23rd, 2:04 p.m. Right, well, what's going on with Maya's situation? To kill her. It looks like he got away again. 30 minutes. We can't find her in that time. Ugh. Report. Is that Mr. Edgeworth? We don't have the time. Just spit it out. Right. It looks like we just missed him, sir. But the killer left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away. A few things? Can we use any of them as evidence? Oh, I thought you'd ask, pal. I've got the things he left with me right now, and I'm on my way over. Really? That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first. We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I swiped the stuff and ran. What? Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I've got to put the law on hold for now. Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this. With my hunk of junk car, I'd said I'd be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me. Alright, just get here in one piece. I'm on a mission and no one can stop me now, sir. No one. I'm pulling out all the stops and running every red light. Items left by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough evidence to end this. Alright, break into law, Gumshoe, let's go, yeah. Never mind. Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me! No one can stop me. What happened? It sounded like he had an accident. Guessing he broke his cell phone as well. What was he thinking? What were they thinking? We've got to hurry up and call for help. We have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get those items before they do, the police will take possession of them. No! Can't let that happen! Well, if there's a way we could find out where he is, we still have a chance. What was he thinking? Was he stupid? Yeah, that's like one of my favorite memes. Also, hey, is he... Why? Oh, why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now? Is there any way to find out exactly where he is at this moment? There is. That's right, there is a way. What? How? I'm sure we could find out where Detective Gumshoe is through this. We don't have what he actually has there. Oh, wait, we can just... Why are you bringing up Franziska at a time like this? Oh, I see. I'll try to get in contact with her. Chances are slim, but she's all we have. Franziska, will she even want to help us? Edgeworth, what is it? I don't have any I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty, but what I'm doing now, I'm pinning the guilt onto someone totally innocent and using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say defense attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death. Right. It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. The verdict. Is Prosecutor Edgeworth here? Yes, bailiff. There's a phone call for you, sir. They said it was extremely urgent. They're probably finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do. To be continued. Alright, there's one segment left. I'm pretty sure we could do it in 2 hours. But I'm going to use the toilet very quickly. Because, I have to go. So, bear with me and I'll be right back. Actually, you know what? Let's get to music first. So we're not going to the bathroom while it's completely silent. March 23rd, 2:35 p.m., District Court, Courtroom Number 3. Okay. Now I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Be right back. I have to unpause, too. I keep forgetting that. Alright, I'm back. Oh my god. Every time when I say pause, without thinking about it, it always comes out like pause. The New Jersey accent is like there. And it taunts me. I don't like that seeping out when I'm trying to talk normally. Because then it seeps into my auditions. And I don't like that. My auditions generally don't call for Jersey accents. Cherry. Cherry. The Joyzy jumps out, yep. Okay, we're back. Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready? Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. I can understand the defense acting like this, but... I crack open another cold one. However, why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth? Polish water ice. I have that on my thing.
Great flavors. Mango, cherry, raspberry, watermelon, chocolate, and a lot more. It was voted the best on the boardwalk. There's no dairy, no fat, no cholesterol. Don't pass up your free sample. We have a lot of flavors, too. Pick your favorite. Try something refreshing.
Again, I've gone to Wildwood before, so... any Vinny jokes that get regurgitated from that, I know all of them, because I've gone to that place quite a few times. It's nothing, Your Honor. What's wrong with Edgeworth? Looks like something unexpected just happened to him. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impact's suicide note. Wow, I bungled that line up. Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we have discovered that this suicide note is indeed a forgery. What? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? Did they get louder? This note was not written by Miss Impax herself. It is a fake. How exactly did you determine that? Order, order, order! Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what's going on? If this was not written by Miss Impax, then who wrote it? We would need more time to do a more detailed analysis, however. It appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida. Mr. Corrida? Well, it looks like Miss Impax never left a suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about On Guard. However, Your Honor, even though the suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. On Guard could not have known that, and so the facts remain unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it. That does sound very plausible. This theory that On Guard had no way to fake that suicide note, or that had no idea that the suicide note was fake. Something seems a little wrong with it. The defense believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. On Guard to have not known it was a fake.
The spy camera? What is this little item called again? A video camera, Your Honor. Well, a very small one, but... Oh, that's right, a camera. Ah, you kids and your fancy toys nowadays. Mr. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. Ungard knew of the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim. Isn't that right? If that were true, then this means Mr. Ungard would have known that the victim had forged the note. Ah! So then, the defendant knew the suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way. Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory as to what Mr. Ungard's motive for murder was has suddenly disappeared into thin air. But, Your Honor, it's not as though Mr. Ungard monitored Mr. Kurita 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. Ungard didn't know of. Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made the forgery in an unknown place? Man, Phoenix is really prosecutoring it up in here. Order, 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 Mr. Edgeworth. It looks like this time it is you who's dug your own grave. As I figured. Huh? As you figured? As I figured, it's all come down to this. Mr. Edgeworth, they're not making any sense. When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next? What next? Sector 3. If the prosecution can't prove Mr. Ungard's motive through the evidence, they must prove it from another angle. Well, I agree with you there. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time. Oh, well, that's fine. However, this witness is a little unusual. Edgeworth's stuttering. This is not like him at all. Unusual? Well, what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth? This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of who was it that hired Shelley Day Killer to commit murder? That's impossible. Who in the... No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth, who is this witness? It's Yes, go on, who is it? The man himself. Mr. Shelley Day Killer. Oh, Mr. Day Killer. Wait, Shelley Day Killer? You mean the killer? I mean the assassin? Yes, Your Honor. He's coming here to the witness stand? Vinny Vine Sauce. How are we getting him here? Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I must ask for your permission. Well, Mr. Wright? Yes? Is this all right with you? Do I have a choice here? I can't really do much else to drag this trial out. The defense has no objections, Your Honor. I wonder if it really is all right to do this. Very well, then. The prosecution calls its witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us? Now then, witness. What do you think? What do you think's happening right now? Before I progress this forward. Wait till you see this. It's Shu. No. Your name and your occupation, please. Very good, sir. My name is Shelley Day Killer, and I'm a professional assassin. I say, what is going on here? Your Honor, how can you remain so calm, and what is the meaning of this two-way radio? Actually, Your Honor, it was just delivered to me It was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. Day Killer will testify to this court. So this must be what that urgent phone call he got was about earlier. Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even ensure this is really Mr. Day Killer himself. Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are, in fact, Shelley Day Killer. I understand. Please wait a second. I'm so hungry. Maya! A voice! Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this? The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley Day Killer.
Looks like we've run into yet another unexpected turn of events. Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so... Now then, witness. There's but one thing I'd like to confirm before we speak of anything else. And what would that be? At the time of at the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Corrida. Is this correct? It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Corrida. Now that we've answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well. This is all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it. A bad dream. Shelly Day Killer. What is he going to say? About my client. There is something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give you the name of my client. The judge desperately doesn't want to be here. I'm pretty sure no one wants him to be here right now. Mr. Day Killer seems to be a very clever man. The very fact that no one wants to be here makes this case all the better. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us. While he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor, Mr. Day Killer is only stating the truth. He's no hypocrite. He's always stood by this one belief. You mean about this trust between his clients and himself thing? It seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honor. There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix. Messing up my scuzz there. We can hear anything you have to say later. Can you please just tell us your clients? I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said this is something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means? Sorry, go on. Well, it appears this is one witness you can't badger, Mr. Wright. That's only because you don't know about Maya's situation. To an assassin. Good luck with your assassing! Nothing is more important than the trust between you and your client? I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome. And that is why you're testifying in this manner? This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the Day Killer name so my clients can trust me. But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust? It has never happened before, but if it ever did... Yes? That person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly... That's enough, please, no more. Very well, it was only a hypothetical anyway. That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them. It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role. Their role? This person tried to implicate another for the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. You. Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty? To the gentleman who spoke just now, excuse me, or would you care to die? No, I didn't say anything. The judge had better watch himself. We understand, so please tell us the name of your client. I'm afraid I cannot do that. I still have a few things to say before I do. That egomaniacal... It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you. Somehow that coming from an assassin makes it even less than comforting. Zesty and not in a good way. I don't really care about all this extra fluff, just tell us the name already. Patience, try to calm down a little. It's important to try to understand his mindset. He seems very steadfast and closed, so you're going to have to work to get him to talk. I'm not his therapist, you know. I'm sorry, but this contradicts something you said earlier. You said that your client had already broken the rules. A person who frames another is the worst kind of human. And that's why you feel you can betray this person? I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role. Just my luck, an assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured? Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic? This case just keeps getting better and better. If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think. Really. In that case, I believe I'm prepared to disclose the information you seek. You made it very crystal clear that you value your trust over all else. I believe we are ready. Excellent. And that is the reason I'm here on the witness stand today. Now then, I do believe it's about time I reveal the name of my client. Don't you agree? What is it? Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. If you can't ask Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness, what is the name of the client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida? That person's name is... Adrian Andrews. What? Witness! That's not who you told me it was earlier! Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrews. What? This can't be. On the phone earlier. What's going on here? My guess is that Mr. the Killer just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back. Stabbed Edgeworth in the back? I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. the Killer told him a different name. Matt on guard, perhaps? I knew it. This is outrageous! I was deceived! This witness is telling a very serious lie! But you were the one who summoned this witness! You... Shelley the Killer! My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Matt on guard, am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal. Wow, all of a sudden it feels like we can actually win this. Yeah. The prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided a suicide note which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there's a possibility the defendant himself knew it was a fake. But most definitive of all, we haven't heard it from the assassin himself. The name of his client. Mr. the Killer's client who requested the murder was not the defendant at all. No. With all this evidence, it's obvious to me that this means that Mr. Matt on guard is innocent. Sorry, I had to mute myself there for a second. My nose is like really snotty. I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. I don't know why my muffled sound went away. Please continue discussion and call me when you've reached a verdict. Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately. What now? The way this is going, on guard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Mia. Maya, I'm dead. My name's Mia, and I'm dead. Yeah, but... Mr. Edgeworth... But Edgeworth is right. The killer is lying. And on guard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this? Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant? Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley the Killer is certainly lying under oath. It wasn't me. Listen, everyone, please, that testimony just now, it was all one big lie. Miss Andrews, the suicide note may have been a fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And Juan's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. That testimony just now, you have to believe me. It was a horrible, horrible lie. But Mr. the Killer himself has testified. He's named you as his client. No, that's not true. Also, there's quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife and the button donning the nickel samurai costume. But that's... You even have a motive. We know that Miss Celeste Impax was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her, and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead. No. Mr. Wright. You know the truth. Tell them! Tell them the real story. Who the real killer is. Tell them! Please. Help me. Yes, I know the truth. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? I believe we reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions. I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? I mean, you really think Phoenix is going to be okay with requesting the verdict now? You know it's not going to work. Phoenix. I can't do it, Mia. I can't accept a not guilty. You're a lawyer. I know. But Matt Guard is a killer. A murderer. I can't. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I'm no better than Ungard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact that it's because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. He could have gotten Ungard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust. I never thought about it until now. I trust him. Yes, you do. Mr. Wright, your opinion, please. The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. Day Killer. Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright? Nerd? Really? You're gonna call him a nerd for having a big revelation? Right. But the witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done. I'm not done yet. To see through the witness's lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. There's still more evidence to look at, and I'm sure that once these pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur. Very well, the trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth, please re-establish connection with Mr. Day Killer. Right away, Your Honor. Has a verdict been reached? Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more. About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for? Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are usually done. What is he talking about? Usually done? But what shall we have him testify about now? Mr. Day Killer, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail. You legal people and your procedures. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court? About my client, Part 2. As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of a crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime, while pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. Adrian Andrews already knew that from the very beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. That act is what I referred to when I said my client had broken the rules. This is a most unexpected turn of events for the, 5th time now. However, this time, everything has finally been revealed. Just a second, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? We still have the cross-examination to do. But you don't need to question testimony like this. Do you, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, the defense will question the witness. As if I have a choice here. Huh? Why? What this witness said has been nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then I'll expose the lies in that oh-so-beneficial testimony, I guess. I don't understand what's going on anymore. Apparently it's gonna be foggy later. Nice. I mean, if you like fog. I like fog in the morning, when I go, like, on road trips and stuff. It's nice. When I was going to Anthrocon this year, when we drove over at night, we thought it was gonna be foggy, and then it ended up being all smog coming down from Canada. And I was like, ugh, gross. We couldn't see... There were points where we couldn't see 2 feet in front of us. We had to, like, slow down. Because we just couldn't go, we just couldn't see the road. I don't understand what's going on anymore. That makes 2 of us. Obama Clock Part 2. What is it, Mr. Wright? If I press him the wrong way, it might raise suspicions on his end. But I have to do something to waste more time. Witness, about requesting a hit. Yes? How much is your fee? I see you're also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney. Huh? If you would like to talk business, we can do so after the trial. No. I'm not thinking of hiring. Mr. Wright. Yes? You want to kill me. You want me dead, don't you? What? Why would I want you think something like that, Your Honor? Guilty. Mr. Phoenix Wright, you are hereby declared guilty. Witness, let's continue. Price is 1 corn chip. Well, apparently it's a fat stack of cash. If the earlier testimony from Powers is any indication. Why did you disclose the name of your client? They are your client, are they not? I would think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill. Ow, my arm. It's knocked on my desk. If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very effective at my job. Ah, yeah. Well, a change in occupation might be good for you. However, I will say this. Even though I'm the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party. That goes without saying, Mr. Day Killer. And their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought they could run away from their guilt. It's weird to be talking to a guy who clearly did the murder, but he's just kind of the tool. He's the murder weapon. He is the murder weapon. Are you talking about the button and the knife? Yes, and my business card. Oh, this card. So that no one has to waste their time, including the police, I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible. You try to make things easy? My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service. He's pretty devoted to his work. But to disregard everything, to go and stab the deceased with a knife, and even hide my card from sight, that is something I cannot overlook. It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here. So you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing? That is correct. Usually, most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my services, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan for your alibi, too. No, I already told you, I have no intention of using your services, ever. Why does he keep looking at me like I'm the one in trial here? From the very beginning? That is correct, from before my client visited the room. All of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times. I wonder if that's really true. That's odd. So why do you think your client did that? What do you mean by why? Well, fiddling around the scene of the crime is pretty risky. And why would someone who's requested a murder go to the crime scene anyway? That is true. I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. Ungard. If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request that you do it? Sadly, that is not possible. Huh? My job is to kill, and that is all. And to leave my business card behind, naturally. The business card is so my clients may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. To train them is my cause. Even if they say it's for revenge, setting someone else up to take your fall. And that's all you have to testify? Yes, and I pray that I will never be called to the stand again. Again? As in you plan to continue? I must, as I have yet to find a person to take my place, and become the 4th successor. Actually, how would you like a new life, Mr. Attorney? Excuse me? No, I'm fine, really. Are you really now? I wonder what kind of man the judge thinks I am now. Phoenix Wright, Ace Assassin! Let's go! My friend actually drew... I think a friend of mine actually drew that way back in the day. When the game first came out here. She drew, Phoenix putting on, like, a bellboy costume. And, like, tightening the glove over his hand. I wonder if that was ever actually drawn... I wonder if I could find that. Probably can't. No. It was a long time ago. It was like 2006, 2007, so... 2007, yeah. I wonder what kind of man the judge thinks I am now.
What are you going to do, Phoenix? All I could do is expose the lies. That's true. However, you realize it'll be very bad for our client, right? I'm so confused. But the one thing I know for sure is I can't let this trial end yet. Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. Wait, so what is this? All my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times. I wonder if that's really true. Adrian Andrews knew from the very beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. I don't know about that, Chief. I think it's the tomato juice, because she poured it for him. Yeah, I was right. Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. Daykiller. What is the meaning of that attitude? When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Juan Corrida had been murdered. But how? How do you know that? From the wine glass, Your Honor. The glass? Mr. Daykiller's supposed client thought Mr. Corrida had only fainted, which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim. But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan? Calculated plan? That is not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had it's never been planted, they would have never left their fingerprints behind. I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon? Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not a very important point anyway, correct? I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client, as you claim, then your client should have knowledge of Mr. Corrida's death. If not, then you could only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all. How strange. Yes? Why is that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation? Phoenix, if the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence. Ah, sorry. Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you. Anyway, I'm positive that there was a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken. Very well. Right now I have to buy us some more time. While we wait for the items the killer left behind to get here. I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. Request taking. It's like Thanksgiving. Request taking. This request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the award ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I have made no mistakes. So you physically met your client, huh? That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Request taken. 1 week ago. Are you sure? Yes, I am quite sure. I, of course, had my own preparations, and I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope you will keep that in mind. Please, stop. In any case, my client this time had a very specific date and time in mind.
A specific date and time. Did you ask why? Did you ask why? Did you ask why on that specific night? No. I tried to fulfill all the conditions of my client's request. But as for why, I only had my suspicions. Your suspicions, huh? So what are these suspicions you had? Why did your client request it that night specifically? I'm sure it was all for the bear. The bear? My client spoke of it. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in Juan Corrida's room. Well, there's a ton of them. I would like for you to retrieve that item for me. He must mean the bear puzzle. Inside that figurine was the suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to his hotel room. He was planning to publicly disclose its contents at the press conference, after all. That is correct, and if I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where that bear figurine was. I see. Oh, Mr. Wright, was that testimony just now of any importance? Testimony just now has made one thing clear, and that is... the client knew the secret of the bear figurine. Huh? Why is everyone so quiet? Mr. Wright, I think all of us already knew that. Oh, really? Witness, please continue with your testimony. So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right? Of course I did. What was that? What was that brief pause? Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I've never taken a request by telephone or mail. And why is that? That's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye. Well, Mr. Wright, was that testimony just now of any importance? Of course it was. It was very important, Your Honor. If Mr. Killer had met his client before the murder, then it's unlikely he's mistaken. So you're saying that his client really was Adrian Andrews? I guess so. You see, it's just as I said. I'm so lost. Who the heck am I supposed to be helping here? Calm down, Phoenix. Think carefully and relax. Now then, will witness please continue? So your client was Adrian Andrews. That is correct, as I've said like 6 times now. Well, he says the two of them have met, but if they did, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with the killer's testimony. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything strange this time around. You have to draw more information from him, but you can't draw suspicion. If you could do that, you should be able to find a flaw in his testimony somewhere. Talk about a delicate balance. I pressed him on everything, though. Maybe now this is important. No. Probably just my imagination. I need to find something more definitive to catch this guy on. Can we believe that your testimony up to this point has been reliable? What the killer said sounds plausible, but in the end it's just his conjecture. No, Your Honor, I don't think it's very important. Well then, witness, please continue. Why he meets his clients is not important. That wasn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping my questions. What do you mean by that? My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person? I have already told you, Mr. Wright, I did. It was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him. That's why I thought I can trust this person as a client. It's true what they say about talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright, was that testimony just now of any importance? It was very important. If I heard what I think I just heard now, then I think I've got him. Your Honor, I believe that testimony just now is of the utmost importance. Oh, really? If that's the case, witness, please include that statement just now in your testimony. Very well. From the moment I saw him, I thought I can trust this person as a client. Oh, there's Shelly the killer. Professional assassin always leaves a Shelly card near his victim's body. Got like a bigger... You can tell his smile's kind of more like big there. Also, the two different sizes of head. I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at that time. Yes, that is correct. And that's when you thought he was trustworthy. How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that's correct. I'm sorry, but that's an impossible tale. What? Shelly the killer. You have never met the real Adrian Andrews. Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip-up. About her. So what is the issue? What did you say just now? About her? If you had ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you she was a woman. Oh! Okay, it's broken now. Can't use it anymore. Order! Order in the court! Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? This witness testified to the following. That he always meets face-to-face with his clients before taking their request. But he's never met Adrian Andrews in person. Yes, Your Honor, that's exactly the point. That means Mr. DeKiller's client could not have been Miss Adrian Andrews. Look at that sweat. Look at the oil sweat coming off that thing. Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake? I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor. Her name? Yes, Adrian Andrews is without a doubt a very androgynous name. Yes, I see. Unluckily for Mr. DeKiller, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender. And so he simply picked the wrong one to go with. What? What is going on? Shelly DeKiller, this court demands an explanation. I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another. So does that mean you remember something different just now? Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow him to testify once more. I know he's going to just spit out more lies. Very well, but this time please give us the truth and nothing but the truth. Request taking, part 2. Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail. There have been times when I took the job without having met my client. The request was for the murder of Juan Corrida and 2 or 3 small other things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man. So you took this job through a letter. He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony, which means he's definitely lying. Careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know. I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like, we could do this. As long as he's standing there across from me. No matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it. Now then, let's begin the cross-examination. But didn't you just say you always meet your clients? Yes, I suppose I did say that. However, there are some clients for whom a meeting is simply not possible. But you didn't meet your client this time? No, I did not. Oh, come now, let's stop with this game of cat and mouse. Using your silkiest voice is not going to work on me. Alright then, just cough it up and confess. Mr. Wright, you can't badger a witness with such harsh words. You're a lawyer, so behave like one and present evidence instead of mindlessly yelling. Now then, do you have the proof that Mr. DeKiller met with his client? I think I do, but not right now. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I don't have proof. I see. And your line of questioning was just another waste of time. Sadly for us, Your Honor, that is the nature of right and wrong. And why could you not meet certain clients? Recently, I've been receiving more requests. If I meet each and every client, I would lose some nice business opportunities. Nice business opportunities? On top of which, the times have changed. It is now the age of information and computers, correct? Well, I have joined the times and now take requests via electronic mail. Electronic mail? Do you have to mail that in a special insulated envelope? I'm very sorry. I despise the shortening of words. What I meant is by electronic mail is what is commonly referred to as email. Email? In a contest of mimicry, the judge would beat a parrot, hands down. Ahem, anyway, so you took this job without having met your client, and... 2 or 3 other things? Yes. And what were these other things? A few other things that have nothing to do with this case. What should I do? Should I let him slide with that one? It'd be really bad if I pushed his buttons the wrong way and he got mad. Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney. Yes? Everything I've said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client. Which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination. Could it be that are you planning to betray your own client? That's... I smell the stench of a backstabber. And should you turn out to be one... Wait! Uh-oh. This is looking really bad. I shouldn't press my luck. I have to think, is this worth pursuing? Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate us and tell us what these other jobs your client requested were. If it's truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine. The bear figurine? After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was that figurine? It was inside Mr. Corrida's suitcase. And then, what did you do next? I handed it over to my client right away. You gave it to your client. Interesting. This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you just stated in your testimony. As you wish. One of these was to find the bear figurine and give it to Adrian Andrews. I found this figurine at Mr. Ungard's mansion. If you gave it to Miss Andrews, then what was it doing there? I was waiting for her there. That was also part of the plan to frame Mr. Ungard, I'm sure. That makes a lot of sense. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any problems with this piece of testimony? It's no use. As long as I can't put my finger on the central problem here, pressing this witness anymore would be extremely dangerous. It appears that Mr. Wright has no problems. Well then, witness, please continue. So you're saying that you never saw your client's face, not even once? I did, once. It was when I went to give my client the figurine. Yes, I see. But Miss Andrews was wearing a mask at the time. A mask? The Nickel Samurai mask, I'm guessing. Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about this? Do you have any problems with this piece of testimony? No. I think I could pull something out of what he said. It'd be real bad if I did something and made him mad over something trivial. There are no problems with this testimony, Your Honor. Pretty much reached the end of our rope here. Huh? Seems like we're still okay to me. And that's exactly what is so bad. At the rate we're going to end up completely destroying the killer's lie. If we do that, you already know how serious of a situation that will put us in. Oh, yeah. All I could do now is pray that those items reach us in time. One of these was to find the bear figurine and give it to Miss Andrews. So the killer says he gave the figurine to Miss Andrews, but I know somewhere in the statement there's a contradiction. And yet, I know that if I present something trivial here, he'll cut the connection on his end. If you want to make a strong point, Phoenix, you have to present strong evidence. She's right. So what now, Dr. Wright? Witness, let's go over this one more time. You gave Miss Andrews the bear figure, and she told you to take it to Bear and wait for her at On Guard Mansion. Is that correct? Yes, where are you going with this? Well, I think maybe you might have remembered a few things incorrectly. What? This is a battle of wits. I can't let up on him. I don't think it's possible for Miss Andrews to have been the recipient of this bear. I think it's this. Ugh, sorry, I have a hair in my mouth. If Miss Andrews had been the recipient of the bear, she would have gotten the suicide note out and burnt it. Shelley Day Killer. If you'd really given this bear to Miss Andrews, this item should not have been inside of it. This item? I see where you're going. Yep, that's where I'm going. Where's everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase? Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony. Good time for me to take a sip. If even for a single minute, this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it. Order, order, order! So that's where you two are going. So by the very fact that the suicide note was still inside the bear, tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle. Which means... It means, Your Honor, that it's impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client. Oh! Oh! Order! 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 Mr. Phoenix Wright? I'm sure I mentioned this before, how I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement. No, that's not... That's enough if that is your intention, and there's only one thing for me to do. Wait, please. Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to. No, please. Not that. Please wait. Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end and I may stay my hand. Otherwise... What in the... Mr. Wright, are you... Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. I didn't understand the witness's outburst just now. Do you think there's a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough? Well, we should... Edgeworth, we can't do this. If we keep this up, Maya, she'll... Prosecution, What has come over everyone? Even you are... The prosecution rests. What is going on around here? The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor. What? Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. If the prosecution rests with no further questions, then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that's the case, then even though I am reluctant, I must believe that Mr. Daykiller's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelley Daykiller's client is... Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? If I end the trial here, right now, then your client, Matt Ungard, will be declared innocent. And in his place, Adrian Andrews will be charged with murder. Miss Andrews will be charged with murder. The prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant, Matt Ungard, to the stand. The items from Daykiller's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has run out. Can't believe it. The outcome now lies in your hands. Dude, did the old guy finally decide? To be honest, I can't truly think of you as an innocent person and good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But, at least on the charge of murder, it would appear you are innocent. Huh. So, I guess even the old fuddy-duddy has figured me out. Mr. Ungard? What an atrocious lawyer I have, giving his own client up like this. And that refreshing like a spring breeze crap. It's just as atrocious, don't you agree? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer? Should I side with justice? Or should I save Maya's life? But if I did that, Maya will die. But if I say he's innocent, Miss Andrews will be charged with the murderer. Do I say he's guilty or not guilty? Either choice I make, someone's life is going to end. It all hinges on what I choose. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. Hey, Karma. Meowdy. You're here late. If the person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews... Head hurty, having a hard day? Oh, I'm sorry. You could tell me about it when I'm after the stream, okay? I mean, you can tell me now, but I'll talk to you one-on-one after the stream as well. Then your client, Mr. Matt on Guard, is innocent. There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer's going to say what I want, aren't you? Right. I can't do this, but I have to decide something. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client, Matt on Guard, is... What should I choose? Which should I choose? I have more than enough time to finish this tonight. We're good. Hot Milky. Canon one? Well, alright, I'm gonna say this. Well, you know what, I'm not gonna say anything. We're just gonna choose guilty. I can't save either. We're waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Man on Guard, your client deserves an answer. There's no canon one. That's all I'm going to say. This dialogue is exactly the same no matter which one you choose. Maya, I'm sorry. The only thing that's different is Man on Guard is... Franziska von Karma? What are you doing here? Ow! You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off of that scruffy fool. Did you bring them? The final pieces. Do you have them? You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Von Karma's perfect in every way. The evidence here is in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy. He's fine, and his injuries are minor. All the items are inside this. What a filthy old coat this is. It's gumshoes. I could spot his tattered rags anywhere. I apologize for its ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in. I fought long and hard this whole trial. All for what's inside this raggedy coat. I'm sure that inside this coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence. The final evidence? This trial's already over. All that remains is for me to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial. What? Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence, down to the last. I request that Miss Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence. Yeah, everyone owes Gumshoe big time here. I suppose you're right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant you permission to do so. However, this one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, then they will not be accepted by this court. Now, Miss Von Karma, if you please.
These pieces of evidence are the items left by the killer during his escape from the police.
He must have been in quite a rush.
Yes, Your Honor. The killer left 3 pieces of evidence.
Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see, there'll be something inside that'll turn this whole situation around. Like a miracle. I'm sure of it. That is all we can hope for.
The first item is a pistol.
Does Still Killer's pistol have anything to do with this case? Does this pistol have any relation to this case?
We have yet to perform a ballistics test, so I can't say for certain. However, pistol, yeah. I believe it has something to do with this case. At least with me.
That's the pistol he used to shoot you, isn't it?
That's what I believe, yes. Oh. I kept the bullet they removed from my shoulder as sort of a memento. I'm sure it'll be an excellent sample for the test.
So that's the pistol that was used to shoot Franziska. It's probably not going to help us too much. Small caliber pistol that was thought to have been fired by the killer at Franziska.
The second piece of evidence is this videotape.
I bet the killer took that from the On Guard mansion.
Have you checked the contents of that tape? The shoulder shot is hereditary now. Yep, exactly. Unfortunately, there was no time to.
Oh, yeah.
But I would speculate that this tape is very important.
Why would you say that?
Because he came back to his hideout for it.
Does the killer know about her father's bullet? No, it was just a coincidence, probably.
The killer went back for it. That's right. It looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at the site. But somehow it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Shelley the Killer is no ordinary man. One of the items retrieved, the killer violently tried to recover it. Contents unknown. The last piece of evidence is this bellboy's uniform.
Is that a uniform from the Gatewater Hotel?
Was that used during the crime? I'm almost certain it was. There's even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets. There's no doubt about it, the killer was wearing this on the night of the murder. There's one thing about this There's one thing I found interesting about this uniform.
And what is that?
There's a button missing on this uniform.
A button?
It's a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it would provide us with an interesting clue. Worn by the killer on the night of the murder, one of the special buttons is missing. That is all I have to present, Your Honor.
It's just as I thought. And what is that, Your Honor? I'm sure, were we under normal circumstances, these items from Shelley the Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing, it is who is the client. Yes, that is correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Von Karma. You may step down now.
Wait, Your Honor. Please allow me to examine this new evidence.
Overruled. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict.
Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he?
Is this the end?
Phoenix.
I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there?
I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far. You can't give up now. But no matter how you think about it, it's... Try. For my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are 2 ways out of this situation for us.
2?
The first. Make On Guard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict.
Huh?
The killer always places his client's wishes first. If On Guard himself wishes to be convicted, then he'll let his hostage go. Hostage? Hostage. That may be true, but that's asking for me to do the impossible. The second way. Force the killer to end his contract with On Guard. If the killer were to no longer think of On Guard as his client, then he would let Maya go.
Mia, that's even more impossible.
He's a man who values his duty to his clients above all else. Cottage cheese, yeah. Costage cheese. I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first,
But if you can make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle. The bigger problem is the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. Chottage he's... yes. The pieces he was just shown. He's not accepting them. Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what's always worked for us? The other side? Wait, does she mean... You mean to turn things around? Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? The person who needs the evidence. The defense, prosecution, and the judge. We've seen all the pieces of evidence. And that's how we've come to know the truth. But there's one person who's yet to see them all. And that person does not know the truth. That truth. That may be oh my god. That may be what will bring about the miracle in the end. There are no other objections this time, correct? Now then, I will pronounce my verdict. Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids? You realize spandex is just an anagram for expands. Karma, I have missed you. I wish we were here the other day to make jokes like that. It's such a good observation. I've already told you, Mr. Wright. This court does not need any more evidence. I'm not saying it's us that needs the evidence, Your Honor. Then you want to show evidence to that person? Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion. I will grant you one chance. One chance? Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person. That's impossible, to turn this situation around in one try. One try. That's all I will permit. I have to try to remember everything that has happened up till this point. Think, Phoenix, think! There must be a way to save Maya while taking on guard down at the same time. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show the evidence to? So, before I do the actual thing, there is a bad ending. Like an actual bad ending if you get this run wrong. So, let's, I see. And now, tell us the court with one piece of evidence you would like to show this person. When Franziska's working with Phoenix, you know you fucked up, yeah. Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? I don't have anything to say to this. How about you, Miss Von Karma? Well, I was just shot, so... I'm afraid I cannot allow the defense to continue. What? No one understands what you're talking about anymore. Wait, please, one more chance. Yeah, look, I was just shot, okay? Yeah, I love that line. It's such a good line. That's enough. That is enough, Mr. Wright. I will now state my verdict. This court finds the defendant mad on guard. That is all. This court is adjourned. And just like that, the case came to an end. I ran away from the courtroom and wandered the streets alone. I never saw Maya again. The killer's a man of his word, so I'm sure he released her as promised. I heard the verdict of Miss Andrews' trial a few days later. She was found guilty, of course. The miracle never happened. Maybe it was never meant to be. Because a miracle is something that doesn't exist. And then you get at the end on that just to drive it home. You get at the end. And it actually goes back, yeah, it goes right to the title screen. Wrong time for the confetti gumshoe, yeah. Since it's apparently well, I don't know if it's canonical or not, but in the 4 comas, it's shown that he's the one who cuts up and throws the confetti. Thank goodness the typo was fixed. Yes. So in the Japanese version, DS version, the Japanese DS versions had English scripts in them, and they were notoriously full of typos.
when the line "the miracle never happened" was just written as "the miracle never happened" in Japanese, in the Japanese English version, and they fixed it thankfully for the English, the North American release. It was a big meme when it came out in Japan, because people were like, "I hope that's not the script they're using in America." Maybe it was in the English release of it as well. I can't remember. I know it was fixed in everything past that initial release, though. Wait, that wasn't that in the international versions? I actually don't remember. I don't remember. It probably was. Didn't know Japan had English scripts. Yes, all 3 of the DS games in Japan had English options, but they weren't translated the same way that the English versions released here were. I think they were a lot more literal, and they were full of typos. Who would you like to show evidence to? Okay, so the evidence color me curious. I know I'll have to look it up at some point, but not tonight because we're running out of time. So the evidence has to be one of these 3. Given what's been said about these 3, the pistol and the uniform probably don't matter much. It's got to be the tape, because the killer went back to recover it and was very adamant about getting it. So the tape is likely what we have to show. Now, who's the one person here who hasn't seen the tape? Well, rather, who is the one person... Yeah, who are we showing the tape to? Who's the person that needs to see the tape? What is on the tape? What was being recorded on the tape that was so important? By the spy camera. Mountain Guard was recording a certain thing happening. And who would be on that tape? 2 people. Being Juan Kurita, and obviously the person who killed him, which would be Shelly Day Killer. So there you go. There's the logic there. I see. And now, tell this court one piece of evidence you would like to show this person. Yeah, Dave, what's the tape? The tape has been mentioned one time, yep. That's a good one, Karma, I like that. That's a good pun. Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? I think there is some merit in showing this evidence to that witness. Bailiff, please bring in the transceiver from earlier. Alright, it looks like I managed to convince him. Maya, she's okay, right? Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing us about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence? Yes, one is all I need. I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. Excuse me. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back. That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape. I thought so. I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard. Do you know the contents of this tape? I was sternly told by my client to not watch it, so I have absolutely no idea. Actually, you are on this tape. Me? There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded. What? Is that true, Mr. Wright? Who? Who was it that planted a camera? Well, the only person who could have planted a camera at the scene of the crime. Wasn't a CD in the anime version, or am I mistaken? I think it might have been, yeah. The anime was very much updated in some parts. Also, in the anime, Larry was in this case. Like, he wasn't important to it, but he was there as, like, a photographer. I don't know if... I think maybe Lotta was not in it. I can't remember. But I know Larry was present during this case in the anime. Would be your client, naturally. That was Adrian Andrews. Be quiet and listen, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Your client specified a place and time for you, isn't that right? Yes. That was so they could film you. I had no idea. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why. Why did Mountain Guard film the crime scene? The reason why he did that is my ticket out of this whole mess. There's only one reason why your client would secretly film the climb. I did that again. I did that last game too. Crime scene. They wanted to see Juan get his, didn't trust your skills, Wanted blackmail on you, which is the obvious answer. The anime was updated on like a certain autopsy report. Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they said. Yeah, if you choose the other two answers, he immediately disconnects and you get the same bad ending. Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelly Day Killer? Oh! It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Yes, by a natural. That is the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks in plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. You like how he sweats oil? Yeah, it's funny. That is the true nature of your client. I have one question for the witness. Yes? You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all. Yes, that's right. But what if the traitor was your own client? What would you do then? That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then, that client would become my next target. For the honor of the Killer name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment. I see. That's all I wanted to know. So the traitor becomes Day Killer's next target. Ah, I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around. Mr. Wright? Yes? My contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item. What the? I'm not an item! Maya, I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank goodness! This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, I'm sort of... I don't quite know what just happened there with the client and the witness and... Gah! Miss Von Karma, where did that... She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict. Mr. Ungard, looks like somehow you got exactly what you wanted. You'll finally receive that acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy. But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Plot twist, Maya was just annoying to kill with the specifics of the stepladder. Yeah. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, the man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watch this video. Help me. Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please. Is this all right with you, Mr. Wright? We finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there's no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you. Right, Chief. Everyone I see always picks plead guilty when I watch videos of this case online. It's so much funnier to... It's so much better to plead not guilty. The dialogue is so much better. Congratulations, Mr. Matt Ungard. Please make sure to savor every moment of what little time you have left. Your Honor, as always, the defense pleads not guilty. They plead guilty because Andrews would be a suspect otherwise. Yeah, but... Very well. This court finds the defendant, Matt Ungard... please, wait. What's the matter? Does he still break? Yeah, he does. If I get a not guilty, I'll be killed. I'm... No! No! Guilty! 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 Yeah, he still does that if you pick guilty. He's surprised that you would call him guilty, and then he breaks down the same exact way. As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth. We? I don't remember you helping out much in this. Mr. Edgeworth, how is Matt on guard? I've left Miss Von Karma in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he's getting a full-course meal of whip leather right about now. Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness? Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair. So she must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. Guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did. But after that, when I was alone at the detention center, that's the first time I saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you use your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I'd finally been saved. Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen her smile. I'm really happy that you two are in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone. It looks like we've resolved everything at last. As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about. But everyone seems to be in good spirits, and that is good enough for me. That is all. This court is adjourned. Andrews, you big ball of anxiety. She is. Don't worry, we haven't seen the last of Adrian Andrews. She'll be showing up again, in another case. March 23rd, 5:14 p.m. District Court, courtroom lobby number 3. You were great out there, Phoenix. What I did out there was right, wasn't it? This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. Oh, trust me, I've not gotten some clients off before. I don't perform the best at all points. You know what? It's a joke about giving them hand jobs. You got them a guilty verdict this time. But you have to look past all of that to what's really important. You now realize that there's something more than just getting a not guilty, right? Yes, I understand now. Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moments before Miss Von Karma arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make. Is he guilty, or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then, and your answer. Your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you. Right. Edgeworth, I have good news. Maya's now safe in police custody. That sounds like the opposite of being safe. Really? Pearls, you're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, she's quite safe. She's on her way here as we speak in a patrol car. Ah, Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya's safe. You did it. You really did it, Mr. Nick. Ow, she punches deceptively hard for a kid. I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her. Mr. Nick will save her. Thanks. Oh, what's wrong? Miss Von Karma. About earlier. Thanks. Ow! Why are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix Wright? You lost. Your perfect win record has now been crushed. And yet, you're still happy? I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma. How dare you?
Don't worry, she may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago. Edgeworth. For my own personal victories, and for guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick in the book, and so my win record remained spotless. But a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. I fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. And then... it was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that happened, so I left the prosecutor's office. And I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. As well you should have. A prosecutor shamed himself at defeat should crawl into a hole and die. But that was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. And it was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change. What foolish nonsense. Excuse me, I burped. We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant. But every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, what is that, Karma? Rocket Jelly Ice... oh, it's an ice pop. Costs 19 of whatever your currency is. That man would hold his strong with his undying faith. And then before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well. What? You trusted your enemy? It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. The truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we could do is fight with the knowledge we hold, and everything we have. Erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy. We claw and scratch for every inch. The person on the cover of it is a furry. Oh, I didn't notice. But we'll always eventually reach that one single truth. This I promise you. The truth. Yes, that's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you already knew that, didn't you, Wright? That's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding. Isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory. Who ran away into the night. Ah, is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick? You really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me all those years ago. And you betrayed your own words. That's why, 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least, that's what I told myself. You pathetic fool! Miss Von Karma? I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser. A Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma. And neither am I. It's over. It's all over. Franziska threw something on the ground just now. This is an electromagnetic receiver. Isn't that the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe? I'll return this to the precinct later. There's something else, too. Ah, isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip? I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure this is what she's saying by this action. You should keep this, right? Okay. Nick! Maya! Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! Getting tired of screaming. You need something for you to remember your Dom by, yeah. Well, wait and see the next scene that's coming up, because it's very funny what happens at the end of it. Oh, Nick, I knew you would come through. You got on guard convicted like I knew you would. And on top of that, you even rescued me. Well, of course I did. You know I would never desert you. We sure pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here. Whatever. Look, it's okay. Besides, if I did croak, I'd just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly.
Is it really easy to do something like that? Thanks a lot, Nick. Don't mention it. Maya. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm relieved you're alright. Hey, looks like you made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago. Heh. Same. It's also something someone who's about to be murdered is supposed to say, yeah. Alright. I think it's time we got out of this depressing place. Huh? Where are we going? Food, Nick! Food! Grub! Chow! I'm starved! I literally haven't eaten in 2 days, idiot! I'm so hungry, even you look like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick. You think I look like a burger? I'm a prime rib, at least. Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please. If you insist. Alright, so how about we hit up our usual burger joint? Don't be silly, Nick. Huh? This case messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food. So I decided we're gonna make it up by having another feast. Another feast? Come on, Nick. Food! March 23rd, 7:38 p.m. Gatewater Hotel. Hey, pal, sorry to keep you guys waiting. Gumshoe, are you alright? I love how his hair is sticking through the bandages on his head. Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole of all things. A telephone pole? And it wasn't a red light that got him? You did it again, city boy. I felt like my dear old heart was gonna give out on me, and I ain't joking. Yeah, it was more exciting than the very last episode, The Steel Samurai. Thanks. Now looky here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor, don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Wright too hard? If you don't start being a lot nicer to him, he might even just kick it. Tonight, even. I'll keep that in mind. Well, come on now, everyone gather round. Y'all gotta get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer. Looks like Lotta bought herself another new camera. Well, pal, at least I can put this messy case behind us now. Come on, tonight's all about eating, so let's go chow down, pal. I'm into that, pal. I'm in. You know, when you think about it, you were the ones who saved the day, detective. It's the horse bulge. I mean, it does look like a bulge. It does. A bulge and a pair of leather pants. Oh, me? You really think so? He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have a very different ending. Ah, well, you know, it's... Huh? Wait a minute. That's odd. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. What? 4? Yeah, I'm sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket. There was a 4th item? Oh, come on now, y'all, it's over. But who, boy, I'll tell you, you really are something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped, never a dull moment with you, huh? You think? Why does she look so happy about that? But being shut away for 2 whole days, weren't you scared? Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless. So to keep my mind off of things, Spicy's playing Sonic Superstars. I want to play that game, but I can't get it this week. I'm already getting Mario Wonder. I can't do Sonic. I'm gonna wait for a price drop on it, because Sega always puts their shit on sale. So to keep my mind off of things, I drew a picture. Sounds like you had it rough, gal. So where's this picture of yours? Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mystic Maya's picture. You know, I don't know where it went. Aw, that's too bad. Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important anyway. Ah. Oh, Phoenix said, ah. Ah. It sure is nice to finally see them both smiling again. What is it, Edgeworth? This thing is picking something up. Ah, that's Miss Von Karma's receiver. Ugh, thanks to her I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. I can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me. That's odd. Even though you were standing right here. The tracking device seems to be in a different location. Oh, it's probably busted or something, sir. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do. Huh? But Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't even eaten anything yet.
And you've eaten way too much, you glutton. Which is really funny, considering she hasn't eaten in 2 days, Phoenix. You could go a little easier on her with those comments. I had fun tonight. Now, if you'll excuse me... Wait. What? I just wanted to say, thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there. If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right? I feel like words alone aren't enough here, excuse me. Or if there's anything I could give to express how I feel, a kiss on the lips. No, it's... Now, if you'd like, critically starving, eating a lot of food in one go could kill you through shock. True. Well, you know Maya. She just can shovel food down her throat with no downside. Anyway, remember, Edgeworth just told me to take the whip, and now I'm supposed to give the whip back to him. So why didn't he just take the whip to start with? Thrown away by Franziska von Karma. It has a certain mysterious nostalgia to it. What's this? Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You and her. Phoenix is a dominatrix? No, Von Karma was. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job. Looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Mystic Maya? Yeah, what's up, Pearly? I guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean. Pearly, would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me. Anyway, so who's paying for this lovely dinner party? As if you need to ask. Everyone say thank you to Nick. Huh? Yeah, I'm kinda at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. So I kinda already put your name on the bill. Huh? Huh? Yeah, I got me a situation just like that myself. There's this camera shop in this hotel, see? And I just bought myself this good old beauty here. It better be anyhow for $3,000. Huh? 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 Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since it's on your tab and all. Huh? 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 Isn't this great, Mr. Nick? Yeah, Nick. Why do I suddenly feel like screaming? Oh, you don't need to hold back now, you hear? Yeah, pal, time to let it all out. This is going to be the first time I hear the real you. Go on, it's been a while since I heard you say it. Nick doesn't even get paid that much for a lawyer. No, he doesn't. He gets paid nothing. Keeps talking about how his clients never pay him. I've been busy being a hostage and all. Sure hope the state cuts Phoenix a check from OnGuard's bank account, at least, yeah. Alright then. If you say so. Tell that to any of your characters. Tell it to any of my characters. A lot of people's here characters, actually. You really came through for me, Nick. I had to hide that letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really feel like I've been living on the edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro. Wow, this is ending at the perfect time. It's almost exactly 4. Objection. Igyari. Mata. Kurai. I'm so happy that you could save Mystic Maya, Mr. Nick. And I'm so happy for the 2 of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel is a popular place for honeymooners. So I sort of made reservations for the 2 of you, just in case. My throat hurts a lot less since I was staying hydrated this whole time. Pearl, what the fuck? Yeah. Well, pal, it looks like I'm back on the force again. Mr. Edgeworth had a long talk with the chief, and he got me reinstated for my sake. I heard he said things like, letting that one go is bad for all of society. I knew it! Crashing headlong into everything is the only way to live, pal. This ending theme is so good. I, Maggie Bird, am retiring this uniform as of today, sir. I'm going to be a waitress from now on. And bring smiles and joy to the people who come by the restaurant, sir. I hope you'll stop by sometime, Mr. Wright. He's actually a bigger terror-free than in here. We have to contain him. Yep, exactly. He must be leashed to Edgeworth at all times. Even when Edgeworth's overseas. Yes, are you here to visit a patient? I'm Dr. Richter Hottie. Oh. Recently, yes, that girl, you know. I haven't seen her around. Yes. But I remember if I even laid so much as an eye on her, it would go crack. It didn't matter if I got whipped, though. Yes, so... It's time to begin our quest of world circus domination, sweetie. And to let the world know we are serious, I plan to make a fabulous flight to Zimbabwe. Hey Max, what do you think Zimbabwe is like? Do you think there are castles made of cake? And bunnies who can talk? I think if there are any talking bunnies, even they won't laugh at Moe's jokes. I'm ready. I'm ready. There's no way these jokes are gonna fall on deaf ears. I'm going to be more contemporary with my humor. Moe Curls represent. We got a new act all worked out, prepared for the Hallelujah chorus. Say something, will ya? You're supposed to start this off. Get on with it. Ben literally says nothing. Zimbabwe is not Terra Magus, your setting. Oh, right. Yeah. To be fair, talking bunnies are pretty common in a lot of fantasy settings. What's this dread? It's just an ordinary electric razor recharging on its stand. I can't believe this, really. How long do they plan on making me do this? But it's Edgy Pooh's idea, so that means it must have a deep hidden meaning. But why do I get the feeling they wouldn't forget about me, would they? I was never like this in the old days. Everyone thought the world of me. They used to call me Queen Wendy and treat me like royalty, and any man who hasn't heard about it is going to feel the pain in my heel. It's going to feel the bean and burn. Speaking of burn, playing with fire is very dangerous because I have 3 whole warehouses where they stored the scenery burned down last night, and the studios are making a huge stink that... Hate dealing with that dialogue. I appreciate everything you and Mr. Edgeworth did for me from the bottom of my heart. Oh, that's right. I received a letter from Miss Von Karma. She said that after I get out, I should feel free to consult her about anything at all. I'm really thankful to have met everyone. It has become difficult for me in this country as of late. As such, I will take a short leave of absence. If you'd like to request my services, please be sure to visit my homepage. May we both be blessed with longevity. Andrew, you're not guilty while you're still in jail because she messed with the crime scene. She still has to be put on trial for that. Executive producer Shinji Mikami. He worked on Resident Evil, right? He's the Resident Evil guy. March 23rd, 9:42 p.m. International departures, Gate 12. Where are you going, Franziska? How did you know I was here? With this... That's... I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example. That's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy, drab coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But it's going in the trash, I promise you that. Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting. Four things. It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket. He put it in here? It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over. What are you going to do now? That's none of your business. Are you running away? Shut up! You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter. Franziska. So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what. And failure? Such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius. There's no doubt about that. But me? I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be one. I had to. You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. You have been and always will be. No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown away Whip Away. Speaking of that, Wright gave me this to hold on to. If you give him anything else, he curses Wright. He goes, "Damn it, Wright, why didn't you give me the whip? You were supposed to give me the whip." Like, he literally says that if you don't have it, if you didn't give it to him. Right. You knew something like this would happen, didn't you? I'm going to say this again. Damn it, Wright, you loser-ass bitch, yeah. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip. You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked on ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you. And then, finally, my chance to take my revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, then this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge. So she didn't care about Phoenix beating Manfred. She cared about Edgeworth being defeated by Phoenix. Because she hated Edgeworth and just wanted to prove that she was better than him. So the revenge had nothing to do with Phoenix originally. I see. You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. Sibling behavior, TBH, yeah. I can't throw away everything I've been until today. I believe you can. Just like how Adrian Andrews did. Adrian Andrews. You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics. Isn't that right? Today, you chased after me, after I had left you behind all these years. And that's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say you're going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways, Franziska von Karma. I am Franziska von Karma. Don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now, so you'd better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth. Phoenix Wright. One day, someday, I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you. I'll take good care of this fourth piece, so I can give it to you when at last we meet again. It was Maya's drawing. That was the fourth piece of evidence. And she drew Nick's face on Shelley the Killer's logo. Insignia, whatever you want to call it. I think that's about it, right? Yeah. You sang someone to sleep, Karma. Oh, that's cute. Never thought you had something in common with Franziska. By the way, you're back. Welcome back. Right, show's over, everyone go home. Yep, yeah. Wonderful to see Franziska ever again. We might. Anyway, I gotta stop, like, in a minute. But, yeah, we're done. We got one more game in the series to go for this trilogy. I'm currently aiming for that to maybe be in December when I get back from, Chicago. I don't know yet, though. We'll see. Next month is gonna be too crowded to squeeze it in, so maybe I'll cap off the year with it. But I also really want to do Danganronpa V3, so those are probably going to be like kind of the same amount of investment
So at some point. What's over in Chicago? I'm going to Midwest Fur Fest at the beginning of December. I've gone the last 2 years, and I'm going again this year. This might be my last year going, though, for a while. We'll see. I have a room in the main hotel. I'm very happy. Don't know if your voice is truly soothing. Your voice is nice, Karma. I've heard it. So yes, rest of this week. Tomorrow, I'm not streaming. I'm taking tomorrow night off. I gotta script some stuff out for some voiceover stuff I want to do. And I also want to clean stuff. On Wednesday, I have new RAM sticks coming in for my computer. So I want to take my computer's thing off and clean the inside of it, because I have not dusted that thing out since I got it 4 years ago. So I'm going to be doing that tomorrow night. I'm going to be doing some other stuff. Wednesday, if I am here, I might be doing a model stream, just because it's cool enough for me to do it now without having to, sweat my my head off with the headphones on. And then Thursday night will be F-Zero and Mario Wonder. Protogen Noises RAM, yes, upgrading from 16 to 32 gigs. Last year, no, this is the last year I'm going. I might go. I don't know yet. We'll see. This is the last year I'm planning to go, and I have plans to go. It depends on what happens, because I want to do other conventions, and if I do MFF every year and AC every year, then I'm kind of like pigeonholing myself into those two. If I want to do ones that are in other parts of the year, I might have to swerve a bit on what I'm doing, so we'll see. I'm definitely going to MFF this year, though. But I'm not... MFF isn't going anywhere, as far as I can tell. No, that was a joke. Oh, okay. Well, I just idioted myself out of that one. Okay. That's my sign that I have to stop, because it's also 4 a.m. Anyway, thank you so much for coming. I appreciate it. I will be back Wednesday with something. Probably a model stream. We'll see. In the meantime, if you want to watch more streams, you could check out... Shush. Shush me. Get sleep. In the meantime, if you want to watch more streams, you can check out my Twitch page and follow any people that are my suggesteds, or you could just stick around. I'm going to raid Rathykins, because I think they just started streaming like a second ago, and they're playing Sonic Frontiers, so why not? Take care, everyone. Thank you so much again for coming and speaking. It means a lot, and talking to me. It means a lot to me. Stick around, say hi to Rathykins, and yeah, another Phoenix Wright game in the bag. We'll hopefully see the end of the trilogy before the end of this year. Take care, everyone. Have a great night. Thank you.